Okay, cool. Evening. All right. Hey, sweetie.
Let me say this one thing. There was dust coming up like a sick, like those concrete sandblasters.
Oh, yeah.
That thing when it gets going, it sounds like Klimpaloon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just did the thing where you're like, yeah, I'm going to get this down real quick and blah, blah, blah. What layer am I on again? You idiot.
A little bit of jump.
Yeah, that's fine. I can't do anything about that.
A little symbol appearing in the corner, a little round.
Okay.
the little symbol that's appearing in the corner, like the little
Sure.
arrow with a circle arrow.
Okay.
I was like, what does that mean?
I don't know. I haven't seen it. Oh, that? That's the undo.
Oh, okay.
That's telling you that the program is undoing something.
Oh.
Yeah, Rebel, for whatever reason, loves to inform you of things. Not sure. I mean, it's okay, but I'm not sure why. But it really digs telling you things, which is cool, just unnecessary most of the time. It's like, oh, I did this neat thing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's neat. Thank you. Hey, but I just wanted to make sure you know that I'm here. I got your back. Oh, thanks, Rebel. Anytime.
That boy.
That boy, Rebel, got my back.
That's the way to do it, Rebel.
And you just wind up the old money maker. The heck is Rebel doing making money for this man? Sounds wrong. Gross, even. Grossly wrong. There we go. At least I figured that out before I got too far. That would have sucked. It's funny, I'm just in this part of the illustration where I'm like, I don't know exactly where anything's going to go. Let me just throw stuff together. I mean, I've been working on this one while I'm tired, so chances being there's going to be a lot of things I'm going to end up not keeping. Oh, come on. I love Rebel, but they've got a little bit of lag in spots.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you did what? I did the thing. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure I did the thing. Oh, all right, give me a minute, dude. I need to stretch. It's like, darn it, Rebel, you're great in every other way.
Hey guys, did you see that? He did the thing.
Yay! Rebel did the thing. That's interesting. Oh, just one of my panels, which I thought would show up on the stream, doesn't show up. And it's not a big deal, but it's like a little like, you want to adjust this thing, blah. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't show up on the stream for some reason, which I'm fine with. I was just like, oh, I just thought that would show up on the stream.
Yeah, about to say, 'cause there was something before that was in that little black corner up there, right?
Yeah. Whatever. That's cool.
Yep, yep.
Just realized I'm probably not paying attention to any chat if it is in fact happening.
It would have popped up on there.
Normally you'd think so, right?
Because, let's see. 9 minutes ago, Sean Wright. Hi, how are you doing? Your new somebody named Sean Wright.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Somebody commented on the Facebook thread. Uh, the live sketch. Somebody named Sean Wright says, "Hi, how are you doing?"
Oh, Sean, if you're still there, sorry about that. I'm doing good.
That's the thing. If you knew it was Sean Wright.
The name sounds familiar. At the moment, I'm full of pizza and it's very warm. I know, that's lame. Yeah, no, that is Facebook is not showing up on the other chats. I need to look into that. On a long list of things I am constantly having to look into. Thanks again, Facebook. Come on. Really? Really? Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, don't do this to me. Well, it's working, except I can't navigate, this is a new one. Fine, do it manually. Rather use my fingers, but whatevs. Yeah, that's obnoxious. The navigation just going out, that is really obnoxious. Because that's part of, the interface is being able to quickly move, rotate, blah, blah, blah. And then it just goes, no. You're like, okay, so now I have to go up in this little thing and tweak and do adjustments. And it's just like, I'd rather just, you know, do it the way it's supposed to be done, but okay, whatever. Well, that's it seems to be part of the process. It's just stupid stuff constantly happening. It's like I'd rather the software just work, and I love this software, but it's just like it's like last weekend where you pull the ruler out and it crashes. It's like, really, guys, I love your software, but come on now. What is going on? Now my navigation's back. That is super special.
And catch up.
Yeah, I mean something like that.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
It wasn't just being facetious.
Yep. It blacked out. The navigation stopped working. It blacked out. The navigation started working. Maybe I should just try working at a lower resolution. I'm not sure. And now, yeah, now it's not even lagging. That is weird. It's like it blacked out, started lagging, navigation stopped. Blacked out, navigation came back, it's not lagging. Make up your mind. Be consistently good or bad. Can't deal with this emotional turmoil. It's like I'm standing on a foundation of sand. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's like a split-second lag behind me, but it's not like it was 10 minutes ago. God, what? I'm tired of asking the unknowable questions of the computer. I just don't get it. When I was a kid, computers just worked, darn it. Sure, they sucked, but they sucked consistently.
There's something kind of vaguely disturbing about church bells playing America song, patriotic songs. I don't know why, but that's a little bothersome to me.
I've always been a fan of separation of church and state myself. But
And now they're playing the Marine song? What the heck?
see, that's yeah. I'm like, I don't quite get it, but okay. Whatever floats your boat, guys.
I think they got their days mixed up because usually they play like stuff like that for Memorial Day.
Yeah, which actually now that makes sense to me if you want to do that. It's like, oh, okay, well, it's Memorial Day or whatever. That yeah, sure,
Yeah, but on a just.
But it's a Saturday
regular,
afternoon.
Yeah, and it's yeah, it's kind of bizarre. Yeah, this is my own personal thing, but it just makes me a little distrustful of the church. Like the church that would do that. It's kind of propagandish.
There's no kind of about it. I mean, it's their right to do so, but I'm like I said, separation of church and state for me. So Which I can see exceptions on holidays and stuff, but
I just want to see if there's any like black churches with church bell um, abilities and stuff, because obviously we don't. They're not actual bells. They're just playing
yeah.
pre-recorded stuff off of speakers. But like I said, go back home and I go back to the black churches and like every hour, like play some Kirk Franklin. Yeah.
Is that Thriller? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm all up for some Michael Jackson and Vincent Price stuff, but that seems a little inappropriate.
On the patriotic holidays, just have church bell version of James Brown Living in America.
It's Richard Pryor acts being put up. I mean, this is really funny, but inappropriate. Just going down the street and church bells start ringing and Richard Pryor starts going. Just echoing throughout the neighborhood. It'd be a weird day.
See, I'd be more for it to have music. So you have like Sanford and Son theme or the Jeffersons theme.
Oh, that's even better.
Okay. 12 o'clock hits. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Oh, yeah. Or you get like a choir going and it's like, you know, the opening from Star Trek. You know, it's just like, well, I'm not saying these things are bad. I'm just saying I don't think you should be playing them out of the speakers of a church. And forcing me to listen to it. It is my neighborhood, after all. I'm not going to complain, but you should at least, you know, consider me. That would be nice. Something else I've noticed about this new Surface, which is nice. The old one, and it was never a problem. It's not like it damaged the screen, but you put pressure down on the stylus to, obviously put pressure on it to do the stuff.
Yeah.
There would be a slight, like rainbow effect from the pressure.
Yeah.
And this one, I haven't noticed it yet. So they either fixed that or thickened the glass or something, but I haven't noticed it doing it once yet.
Yeah, I'm going to guess they probably made a stronger, probably has a stronger glass. I know a lot of the glass in the a lot of tablets and come on, brain.
My
Yes.
brain is failing me.
Yeah, it's I'm cooling down now. I got a little
It's warm o'clock.
a little bit earlier when I was sitting at the computer. When I needed a snack, I think I was going into a little bit of a sugar crash. So I got the weird my head felt weird, got a little nauseated after I ate.
Yeah.
Like, no, I need more food than this, and then I got like super warm. So
Yeah, it sounds like you got a little too hot.
yeah, which is why I turned on the air. I'm gonna have that little bit of ice cream I got earlier. Now we've got 2 frozen to eat. Dang it.
See, that's what you get for not eating your ice cream when you get it.
It was 12 o'clock and I was driving. How could I do that?
You stop and eat it.
I hadn't had lunch yet. I wanted lunch.
That was lunch part 1. Why do you think I got the strawberry shortcake sundae? It doubled as a salad.
The strawberries make it healthy, right?
Yeah, and the biscuits are like croutons. I'm just saying.
Yes, you are. So I don't think a solid, probably what, 16 ounces of vanilla custard, vanilla peanut butter custard, hot fudge, and brownie would probably sit well on an empty stomach on a very hot day.
Or it might give you superpowers.
Yes, superpowers to spontaneously spooge and not be conscious. I don't know.
Yeah, I might do a 3D build for this ray gun, just so it looks particularly spanking. It has got to be the reflected light from that wall over there, because I am really well lit on my front side of the camera, and I'm normally not. I mean, I can even see like a cast shadow, like. Okay, we're gonna have to wait for a moment because that's like a minute behind. If anyone's watching, they're like, "What the hell are they talking about?" Is it gonna do it? Is it gonna do it? Okay, so far it doesn't seem to have changed any. It's got to be something though, because I am really lit up.
Oh, it's just bright.
Yeah, but it's not normally like that.
Summertime bright.
Okay, yes, you're right. Summertime brights. Now I can't get Sanford and Son out of my head.
One of our, not to put them in, one of our friends had her wedding dress preserved and sent it off to a, because you can do that, send it off to a service, and they preserve the wedding dress and all that and make it all nice and pretty.
Oh, okay.
And all that. And they have like the customized stuff on it. And apparently, when she got it back, this was the. Her reply is, customer service is not going to like her Monday morning.
No. Well, that's not even like 90s spell check. That's
Those are basic words.
Those are basic words that no one gave a crap about.
Yeah. How do you screw that up that bad?
Well, you're not paying any attention. That's how you do that. And I'm good at not paying attention because I just razor focus on stuff. And even I'm not that bad. And I've had some spectacular screw ups in the past.
That is that's money back time right there.
Yeah. That's somebody's future at a job being seriously reconsidered. That's... Furthermore, they wrote it in Sharpie on the wedding dress. Why would they do that? It's like a crazy person was involved. Okay. Well, at least the navigation didn't go out this time. Yeah, there's something going on between these pieces of software because when I use Rebel normally, it does not black out like that at all.
Yeah.
It's either that or I'm just at the edge of everything this computer can handle.
Which honestly is like, because your old computer was handling it better, wasn't it?
No, that's why I didn't do this.
Oh, gotcha. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, I totally want to believe this is true. 1882 patent for a mousetrap.
Well, when you got business that needs to be done with a mouse.
Maybe that's where the old varmint kind of thing came from.
There's a real hatred of mice going on there. Oh, come on. That's doing the thing where I can't make a mark. Lame. Lame. Sorry, folks, I gotta restart. Super lame.
In the meantime, would you like a bite of peanut butter and fudge?
No, thank you.
Okay.
All right. I know. We're getting there. I'd like to get these bugs worked out because it's just kind of lame. Like it works great and then it fails. Yeah, this is where the skipping majorly happens when the hard drive is going, which I makes sense to me.
Yeah.
All right, let's give this another shot before the computer becomes a jerk again. You wouldn't happen to have Facebook up, would you?
Oh, yes, I do. Mhm.
No one?
No, give me nope.
Okay.
Comments other than the first one. I wonder how much trouble we'd get if we were to get like one of those giant wind chime sets that we saw at the Ren Fair. Put them up on the balcony.
Dong.
Dun, dun.
We would be either beloved or be hated.
I got a feeling we would be able to get away with that one. It'd be pretty sweet though.
Well, they really did sound beautiful.
Oh, they were gorgeous.
But I could see how that would irritate the crap out of your neighbor.
Ren Fair, the one by us, is going to be opening up again this summer.
Cool.
Limited capacity, of course, but they're going to try and make it as safe as they can for everybody.
Well, it's a balance. They're gonna have to figure out what to do because people can't close down forever, and the world can't adjust if people don't try stuff. So, but yeah, I hope they don't. Hope things go right.
I want to see them succeed because it's a really good show that they put on, and it's a great. It's a great fair. It's one of the better ones, if not one of the best ones that we've been to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look up and see how long they've been going. Going since 1973.
Oh, neat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, super neato.
Not sure when this was written, but this was a commentary from a journalist at one point of the Renaissance Fair, of Bristol. If theme parks with their pasteboard main streets reek of a bland, safe, homogenized white bread America, the Renaissance Fair is at the other end of the social spectrum. A whiff of the occult, a flash of danger, and a hint of the erotic. Here they let you feel access. Here are more beer and bosoms that you'll find in all of Disney World.
That's actually pretty true. Yeah. Bottoms. There's more brewing bottoms here than in Disney World.
No, I'm really surprised that Disney hasn't tried to do a Renaissance Fair thing of some sort.
Oh, they couldn't do it. They'd turn it into some princess thing that would be completely
Which is why
impossible.
which is why, I mean, like, several of the stories are kind of from that era.
Well, they are from that era, but they've made everything so safe and digestible. Like there isn't even the hardcore stuff from the old days of Disney, which is saying something. I mean, Frozen is considered good. And no offense to it, but that was one of the most boring things I've watched in a long time. I legitimately had a hard time paying attention to it. Which was a shame because there was a couple really good ideas in it, but like I actually thought the whole Prince is the villain thing should have been done forever, and then they did it, and I was kind of like, oh, you really didn't capitalize on this at all, did you?
And I mean, so many people love it, which good for them.
Yeah,
no,
I'm not judging them. I'm just saying I found it boring.
Yeah, I found it. I don't want to say I found it boring, but it was definitely for me on the lower tier of enjoyment.
Yeah, that to me would be boring.
there are.
Actually, it wouldn't even be enjoyment, come to think of it. It was just dull.
Well, that's what I'm saying. For me, I enjoyed it, but not nearly as much. It was more of a, oh, that was a watch. Um,
Well, that happened.
yeah, I still want to see the second one because some of some of the scene clips I
Yeah.
saw looked really, really cool.
Well, the one trailer for the second Frozen movie outdid the entire first Frozen movie. I actually kind of don't want to see it because I kind of feel as if, it would be a letdown because I saw the trailer and went, "Wow, dude, that was cool." And I was going like, if only the first movie was as good as that trailer. And I kind of go like, it's kind of like the second and third Matrix movies. You kind of wish you never saw them.
I thought the second one was alright.
Well, the second one had like good moments, but neither of them were anywhere near as good as the first movie. And after watching the second and third one, I don't think I've ever gone back to watch the first Matrix movie again. Because they were such a letdown, it kind of spoiled the first movie for me. I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's kind of true.
It's been a while since we've watched them. I mean, we've watched them over, but it's been a while.
I haven't seen them in
It's been a while.
a long while, yeah.
I mean, we didn't even bother getting Blu-rays. We still have the original DVDs when they came out.
Well, they did weird stuff, like they, quote, corrected the color, unquote. I saw pictures of what they'd done, and I'm like, the original Matrix, when Neo was originally in the Matrix, it had this wonderful, ugly green tint to everything, like an old computer screen, and they removed it. Everything looks like normal movie stuff now, and I'm going like, what are you doing?
Part of the magic of the movie.
That, you see, you exactly right, and I'm like, did any of you see this movie in the theaters? Like, did you really actually think that color correcting the Matrix was a good idea? Well, we kind of figured the people at home just wouldn't get it, because we think our customers are idiots. Like, nah, I'm good. It's kind of like I haven't really seen the original Star Wars movies now in decades because I really don't want to watch the reworked version. I just want to watch the original version from the theater. That's all I want to see.
Well, and the one time we did try and watch it, it was so amazing that it blew out. It completely disrupted the speaker system.
It wiped out our stuff. And it's just like I don't think it's much to ask to get the original version of movies without people sticking their fingers in them and screwing with them. I don't think that's crazy to ask for. It's like, stop screwing with my childhood. You can make new movies if you want, just let me have the original movies. Stop messing with them. You make all the sequels and the reworks you want, just make the originals available so I can watch them. No, they can't do that. They have to screw with stuff, and I don't understand why.
Because capitalism.
Well, I was watching the one thing with Lucas, and he's like, I finally get to do the movies the way I wanted to do them. I'm going like, George. George. The movies were better without you messing with them. Which I thought was so bizarre was this whole bit. It was in that documentary, I forget the name of it, about Lucas and Star Wars and all that that's on Disney Plus. And he was like, well, there was some confusion as to whether or not Han fired first. I'm like, no, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. I saw it originally in the theaters. I saw it on rentals during the 80s. There was no confusion. I'm not even going like one of these guys that's deeply complaining about it. I'm like, no, there's no argument here. There's no misunderstanding. Han fired first. It's that simple. I'm not even a huge Star Wars nerd, and I know that. And he's like, well, that would make him a space pirate, which is
Okay.
what he was.
I was gonna say, like the guy who he was supposed to be was like a
Yeah.
pirate.
Yeah, and then, well, that's not the actions of a hero. You're right. Guess what he became later when he realized he was sort of a jerk? A hero. It's called a journey.
That's part of the hero's journey when it comes to the
Well, a hero's journey.
yeah,
Like a jerk hero's journey.
I won't say the anti-hero journey.
Yeah, when he realizes that he's sort of a dick and he, probably shouldn't be. And on the same note, that's why he survived that scene. And when I was a kid, I remember going like, whoa! I mean, that was one of the legitimately cool things about that movie. When I saw it, I was like, one of the heroes is a jerk.
That's character growth, which is
Yeah.
I thought was what people wanted, right?
Harrison Ford did this great thing in the scene, which he was kind of not paying attention with one hand in his face while the other hand was going for the gun. And it just and then just shot him. And when I was a kid, I was like, that is awesome, And then I was watching the documentary, and Lucas was like, well, there was some confusion. I was going like, are you actually telling me that you didn't know what was happening in your own movie? Are you being serious?
I think
It was ridiculous. It was like, what are you talking about? Of course that's what you put in your movie.
I think he just, I don't know what it was. I think he just decided to almost like Ted Turner in a sense, because he did that with like several of his movies. I mean, E.T. removing the guns out of the
that doesn't even make sense.
Putting walkie-talkies in there.
I legitimately lost my interest in ever watching E.T. again because of that. I was like, that was a major movie of my childhood, and as a little kid watching it, I fully understood the guns.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not like a gun person, and I understood the guns. The guns made sense.
Yeah.
There's an alien life form. There's security. There's blah, blah, blah. You don't need to protect the audience from the images of shotguns in law enforcement officers' hands. There's nothing there that's going to hurt anybody. Stop it. Are you going to remove the blasters and lightsabers from all of the Star Wars characters? Replace them with spatulas and radios? That's stupid. Stop doing that dumb stuff. I don't want to be protected by somebody who feels that they might have, turned me into a serial killer or whatever the heck it is they're doing. I just like, what? Can you imagine them doing that to Star Wars, giving it the E.T. treatment?
Yeah.
Or Indiana Jones? It's I don't know, it's like he doesn't have a bullwhip, he has like one of those like pool floaty squishy toy tubey things, whatever the heck those are called.
The pool noodles.
Pool noodles, thank you. He has one of those pool noodles. And they replace his gun with like a hairdryer.
Since it's the 80s, it's just a pouch of Capri Sun.
It's a pouch of Capri Sun. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. I just look at it and I go, look, okay, I get it. Some of the entertainment I watch is a little more extreme than what some people in America are used to. My teenage years was filled with Fist of the North Star and all sorts of great action anime and stuff. I understand that is not for everybody, and it shouldn't be for everybody. But are you kidding me? Are you going to go back into the Goonies and, make sure that they're all older? We're going to age the Goonies up to make sure that the excessive action that children are going through is now socially acceptable or some crap? Are you kidding me?
They just completely, either they completely um, cut out, what was it, When I Will, not When I Will, the brother, the misshapen brother. What was his name?
Oh,
Not
Chunk's friend, Sloth.
Sloth. That's right, Sloth. Yeah, they either completely cut him out.
Because of insensitivity to
Yeah,
mutant
abled,
creatures.
differently abled people.
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, I get that, but the great thing about that is differently abled people. He was amazing. When I was a kid, I wanted a differently abled person as a friend. Sloth was free. As a matter of fact, that was the point of Sloth, is that he was freaking amazing.
Yeah, they
You
treated him
know?
badly, and he became part of the gang. Yeah, which the gang was a bunch of kids who were misfits. That was the point.
That was the freaking point. Thank
Yeah.
you. And today we have too many people wanting to save people from stuff that they don't need to be saved from. And I'm not saying it's everywhere, but there's too much of it. It's just like, stop.
Well, it's just the stuff that we've been seeing ever since we were kids of
Protect people.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to censor
Stop.
stuff, and well, you're trying to save feelings. No, you're not saving feelings. You're erasing people from their natural life, and you're not explaining to the kids who you claim to love so much why things like this exist.
So instead, you hide it from them and say, bad stuff never happens, or differently abled people can't be heroes because the images might be offensive to somebody who isn't differently abled.
Right. Or
Come on. I don't even actually like the term differently abled.
yeah.
I think that's a weird term. On the same note, some of the earlier terms weren't great either,
Yeah.
but
I just basically said that because that's one of the ones I've heard. It's probably on the list of things that you don't. One of the ones that's now considered out of fashion. So that was the first thing I could say. Like,
how do you even keep up anymore? I don't know what I'm ever supposed to say. And we're from a generation that wanted this stuff to stop, and I still don't know what I'm supposed to say around anybody. It's so frustrating. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Almost there. There we go.
Well, it's funny. It's like you're speaking to my computer because I was trying to get it to zoom out do the pinch zoom and the width, and so I'm like, and you're like, come on, almost there. And then when it finally did, you're like, thank you. I'm like,
with Rebel, it's still something that they don't seem to be able to fix, and it's not crippling.
Mm.
It's on Photoshop, the layers.
Yes.
Okay, same basic window. With theirs, there's just times where you're like, okay, now I want to slide the thing down and get to the layers at the bottom, and it's just like, all right, could you slide? I'll get to it. All you have to do is move down. Are you sure? Yes, just go down. Well, you can select other things, but the whole list won't slide.
Gotcha.
But you can select everything. So you're like,
Yeah.
and then eventually it's like, oh, you wanted me to move. Yes. Oh, and then everything goes back to normal, and you're just sitting there going like, really? Like, dang it. Just work.
Why are you logging me?
Why are you making my life difficult? I just want to play with colors.
I'm gonna tell my mama on you.
Tell my mama on you. Shoot, I'm gonna tell my mama on you. What are you doing? God, I hate it when it does that. I'm gonna blink out. I'm gonna make you guess. Am I out permanently? Am I coming back in a second? You don't know. Oh, crap. You just don't know. Dang it!
That's great. Bring the tail on the piss me off.
Ah! Dang it!
You win. Ah!
Oh, it did it again.
Blinked out, the navigation went out.
No, I can navigate. I can't make a mark. So lame. Alright, making sure. Yep, can't do it. Sick of that. Good thing I saved.
One thing I do like about Procreate here is like it has an autosave.
Hmm.
Literally, you sketch and you sketch and you sketch, and it literally just constantly saving.
This one has the classic autosave. I think I have it set to 10 minutes. And then sometimes, which is really nice, when it does certain types of crashes, it autosaves before the crash.
Okay.
But it also sometimes doesn't.
Yeah.
So sometimes you want to go back to the one file, you're like, oh, please let it have saved right before. Yes! Or, oh. Dang it.
Hope you like angst.
I could deal without those days forever.
Henri, your name is Rebel. No, my name is Henri.
I hope they bring back Crimson and Ennui in the next season of Total Drama Island. I do. Those characters were so funny because they were so funny in the driest, most ridiculous way. My favorite bit is the part with Crimson coming up and eyeing the shark in the water, and the shark was like, and just hands her the ticket and runs. I ain't doing that. I saw that and I just couldn't stop laughing. To this day, I'm going like, it's one of the funniest things I've seen. Like there's a bunch of stuff that just make me belly laugh at Total Drama Island. Various seasons, a couple of them weren't so good, but that one just. Yeah, and I realized it was the Redonkulous race, but it's the same universe. And oh my God, Crimson and Ennui just slay me.
I just liked all of their moments of we're so happy right now. I just love those. Like, you almost smiled.
That's what I love, the absolute monotone performance always given with those two.
Then when their makeup got washed off.
They had like an existential crisis because they looked like normal, pretty people. Oh yeah, no, those two were funny.
Your skin, it's so healthy.
I know, I'm a monster. Don't look at me. It was always like, oh my God, these two are perfect. I mean, I realize that they're just the most stereotypical version, but I've kind of met some of these guys, and I'm going like, oh, I'm not laughing at you. It's just that You are kind of funny. Not like I'm not making fun of you, but you are kind of funny. You know, like,
There's a truth to this.
I was actually cheering for them to win. I'm glad they made it and I realize it's a cartoon. They made it as far as they did in the competition. Because to me, cartoons are more realistic than reality television.
Don't worry, the total drama fandom and stuff, there's still discourse to this day. And the amount of people who are just like, Lashana got robbed. I'm like, yeah, heck yeah, she did, man.
Yeah, but it was funny. She got robbed so bad, it was hilarious. You're saying that because she was black. No, I'm not. I'm saying it was funny. That's what I'm saying. Because I was cheering for, like, DJ to win, so don't give me that crap. Well, DJ and Lindsay's chest.
I actually found a video of all of the Canadian bits that were censored out here in the United States. They actually put a like 3-minute compilation of every single bit that was censored out, and they put like, here's the actual words they were saying. So lots of crap, crap.
Yeah, greatest nation on earth, and we can't take the hardcore swearing of Canada. What the heck is with that? We can't let our delicate gun-toting ears hear the word crap. What?
No, not our ears, our children's ears.
Yeah.
But hey,
Yeah, because we can't sacrifice those virgins on any altar other than the ones chosen for them.
But hey, they can have guns and shooting all they want, but oh no.
But can't hear the word crap. That can't be in a cartoon. We might get, psychopaths or socialists or something. Jesus. It's a cartoon, people. Yeah, pack of self-righteous crazy people.
And the funny thing, growing up,
it's a cartoon.
All the stuff that they would censor out. And I mean, I even remember being like in elementary school, hearing my classmates just dropping bombs.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's right, but
still,
come on.
Kids did it, so I'm like, why?
Yeah, but that's exactly right.
Like, why were you censoring, or are you trying to censor out words when kids are already doing those?
Yeah.
Like worse than that already. It's like you said, it's not that I want to hear it or want to see it and all, because
no, but they're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, but I didn't do it, and it just wasn't my thing. That, and my mom and dad looked at me and was like, "You don't say that stuff because you're not old enough."
Well, there's also the fact that the more you tell kids not to do something, ... Come on. Everyone knows this. This is not new. And so the more you try to make kids not be something, the more they're going to go look at it. It's like, you don't want crazy repressed people, then don't create a society that basically manufactures crazy repressed people. It's like...
It's the whole thrill factor and stuff. Like, oh, I'm doing something naughty.
And kids are just going to immediately go, well, why are they... like even if they're well-intending to understand why they can't do it, they're still going to go look at stuff and try things. That's the nature of kids. Mm-hmm. That's what they do. Like you shake a silver box in front of a kid and go, "Never look in this box." Guess what their brain is going to be doing for the rest of their lives until they open that box? They're going to be like, "What's in the box? Why can't I look in the box?"
Yep.
Don't say poopy. Why can't I say poopy? Everyone says I can't say poopy. Why can't I say poopy? Kid, guess what you can say poopy? Oh, no, I'm not so sure I want to say it anymore. It's like, now that I'm allowed to. Dinguses. I'm not saying all the old stuff is wrong. I'm just saying there's some aspects where you're like, really?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly?
Oh yeah, man, like, growing up and stuff. I mean, that's it's been around even before, and heck, even around with our parents and stuff. It's like, I mean, the whole censoring of comic book, well, books in general, and then comic books and video games. And I saw this one article, or this one ad from, was it from the from the early 80s, um, talking about things that rot your brain. Like the first picture was comic books, the second picture was a hippie smoking marijuana, the third picture was a guy sitting in front of an arcade cabinet. And it was like, these vices are going to ruin your life.
Okay. Hey, look, I'm not sitting there saying that there isn't bad stuff potentially, but really? Meanwhile, sitting on the couch every Sunday, drinking beer, eating Doritos, and watching the game for who knows how many hours at a time, that's good for you. And it's just like...
It's an escapism. It's perfectly fine because it's a... I can't even think of an excuse.
I know. You get to a point where you're like, okay, look, no, I get it. Anything can be bad, and some things can be bad more often than others.
Mm-hmm.
But just don't sit there and do that stuff and then turn around and, then like, not say things like sitting on your butt, drinking beer and watching the game for hours at a time is good for you. Come on.
Like, we need to keep our kids safe from these harmful things as you pour your third glass of wine.
Yeah. And smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying is you just go like, really? There was an entire I remember listening to Vincent Price radio plays from from when they had radio plays on the radio, so a long time ago.
40s and 50s,
yeah. And he was a younger guy, and he was amazing to listen to. And there was one episode where the thing he was solving was trying to figure out who punched the monkey. It's just some amazing stuff. I'm serious. I was laughing so hard. It was so good. But there was ads by Vincent Price about how, in the 30s and 40s, whatever it was, about how you should stop smoking and it will kill you. I love Vincent Price, but guess what killed Vincent Price? He died from, being ancient. I'm not discounting that. But from smoking. Mm-hmm. And it's like, so you have an entire generation sucking down basically a corporate kill switch. They're going like, well, give us your money, we'll kill you slowly. Oh, by the way, don't play video games. Those are bad for you. Come on.
Don't read comic books.
Yes, you pack of self-righteous nutters. No, you can drink as much beer as you want and smoke, but don't read comic books. They'll kill you. What are you talking about?
Have you tried cocaine?
Have you tried cocaine?
It helps.
It's like vitamin D.
Or my favorite, cartoons and comics and soda is bad for you. But hey, take these weight loss pills. It's going to help you stay up all night to study.
Yeah, you just kind of get to a point where you're like, you thought that was a good idea.
The 80s. Hypocrite decade.
Well, no, it's to me, it's a matter of, if you're saying stuff across the board, I look at you far less. But when you're sucking down cigarettes, drinking beer, watching the game, and then you look at somebody going like, they're reading comic books, that's horrible for you. Oh, fearsome fella. God forbid you read one of those comics kids, like, as my glasses are failing me.
God forbid you read one of those comics kids like, but here, have a cig ruin your lungs. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly right. And you're just going like, come on, guys. Hey, If you say everything is bad for you, and then you practice it, I'm like, at least you're not a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're like one of these guys that like don't care at all. Nothing's bad for you. Everything's good for you. And they die at 22, 500 pounds with like meth, cocaine, and like bull adrenaline shot into their heart. At least they weren't being a hypocrite.
You ever
But
smoked shark chestnut Patron?
that's exactly right. But to actually sit there and go like creating a culture where you're poo-pooing some things and then things equal or worse, you're like, no, it's all right. Marble Man, he's an American hero. What are you talking about? What is wrong with you? Why would you do that? And it's like, hey, nothing against cowboys or whatever, but it's just like, I'm just playing Street Fighter 2 over here. It's not like I'm supporting, the tobacco industry.
Oh no, we can't show a, a coyote trying to drop an anvil on a road runner.
Oh
But,
my
hey,
God, yes.
let's draw this camel in a cartoony way, smoking cigarettes in a place where kids can see it.
Yeah, until making it so bad you actually force the law to step in and make laws about. It was an industry that outwardly just went, hey, you know what? Let's get them hooked young.
Yeah.
How young can we go? Saturday morning cartoons young? Oh, come on, that is wow.
No disrespect to who smokes, but I'd like less self-righteousness in their statements considering what they do. Yeah.
That's exactly where I'm at. I think people should be allowed to basically do whatever they want. But we apartment lived for like a really, really long time. And I firmly believe that people should be able to do whatever they want. But I also believe I have the right to fresh air.
Yeah.
And we lived for 15 years sealing our apartment off from the outside world because smokers wouldn't stop. And I'm like, hey, do whatever you want, guys, but I also kind of want to have some fresh air.
It's not fair that you get to go outside, but we can't.
And we can't. Exactly right. And it's just like no. I think everyone should get, each to their own. But I kind of want to breathe fresh air, and and it's not like you're saving the planet by smoking. It's just. I'm not wowed at people who eat banana splits or. Well, I could say any number of things that doesn't hurt anybody, but I mean, what if you had one guy being self-righteous about smoking and then like a self-righteous masturbator sat down next to him? I mean, ultimately speaking, at least one guy's getting exercise. You know what I mean? And the other guy's just, dumping toxic chemicals into the air. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying it is what it is.
Clearing out his humors.
He's clearing out his. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, it's like my thing that I always wanted to do was because we grew up in a time where smoking was allowed in indoor places and a lot of and
it was
annoying.
stinky.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid literally sitting there just gagging.
Oh, same here. Absolutely same here.
And everyone was like, ha ha ha, he's not an adult yet. I'm going, you suck, dude.
And I'm not going to reach adulthood if you guys keep doing this crap around me. But it's like one of the things I've always wanted to do when people would sit there and just light up and just completely just stink up the air. I just wanted to just start farting.
Honestly?
Yeah.
I mean,
one's more natural.
One's more natural, and two, you're not actually hurting anybody with a good old Bronx cheer.
Exactly.
That's
what I'm saying. It's like, hey, I'm just releasing stress just like you are, except the stress is in my gut.
Yeah. Yeah. And
the fact of the matter is, generally, smoking is addicting to an extreme. It's really hard to stop. Gaming can be too, of course, or any other thing. But stuff like this is a very deceptive resource that people justify with low prices without considering what they're doing to themselves, normalizing it to the point where we come to say men smoke.
Yeah.
Pressure, for example, is what young minds fall into these things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, So we grew up during that time when it was when
Men smoked.
the men the thing. As a matter of fact, when menthol cigarettes, which actually were considered even worse than regular cigarettes, when those came in, those were actually targeting the black community because they were like the black community was just like, okay, smoking is not it's a white thing, and we don't want to do that. And so when they added
I can't
menthols,
blame them.
yeah, when they added the menthol actually hid and actually numbed it hid the flavor and it numbed your body into the crap that was coming in. And so it basically made it even more addicting. And so they targeted because, hey, smoking's cool now because you don't have to worry about all the nasty crap that the white folks are taking in. This is the stuff that's made just for you guys. And it was even more, it was even worse than regular cigarettes and stuff. So yeah, it's like the fact that it was just a whole thing of just these types of people who you want to be are the ones who smoke cigarettes, and that's the era that we grew up in, and that was bad because while the message was there that smoking was bad for you,
It was kind of like
yeah,
smoking's bad for
yeah,
you.
there
Don't
were
you want to start smoking?
there were the smoking's bad messages started appearing. I think they started getting bigger. I want to say because I think they were on the packaging at like in the 80s, but they started getting bigger as the decades went by, 90s, 2000, and finally
Yeah, but
now.
smokers don't
Yeah.
care.
Um,
I was actually around smokers when they were just going like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna die." They don't care.
it says when yeah when they yeah they just made a stronger thing for people who wanted something different. They targeted a market. And I can't blame them for doing that, but I do blame them for trying to normalize that. Even here in Europe, a lot of countries banned it. Yeah, yeah, and here in America, hello to Europe. Thank you for joining us. In America, it is smoking is banned indoors in pretty much everywhere.
Now,
Yeah, now it took them like probably 15, 20 years to do so. Um, but there's still some places that are they're like outside it's still allowed. I think maybe some bars maybe still allow it. I don't
there's
know.
specific places that go out of their way to be, we're doing blank.
And they have it in certain areas where there's ventilation. So
Yeah.
yeah, but for the most part, most public indoor places it is banned, but people still do it out in the streets in various areas.
Well,
And
like I said, I think people should have the right to basically do what they want if they're not hurting others. So
mhm,
if you're outside, there's plenty of air. Yeah, it stinks, but it's probably not that dangerous to be around because
mhm.
there's lots of air. But it's. I used to hang out with friends who smoked, and you were getting hot boxed all the time. So I don't know if you could hot box cancer,
Well, yeah, secondhand smoke.
but that's what I'm saying. I don't know if you could quite use the word hot box
Oh,
exactly.
well, it does affect you. So I mean,
Of course it
technically, yeah,
does.
yeah, it would be. I mean, my parents, thankfully, they quit, but they smoked for they smoked for a bit of their lives. Thankfully, they were non-smokers a lot longer than they were smokers. Um, and from what I understand, what my mom said, she actually started smoking when she was not even like in out of her teens because when she I think I remember her saying when she was like 9 years old, her dad would give her a cigarette to go light off of the stove for him, and so he would run. She would take it. I did it blank out again.
Oh, wait. No, we're good. Okay.
So she would take a cigarette and light it off of the stove, but then she would sneak puffs off of it when when taking it back to him because she saw dad doing it. So
And it makes sense to do
yeah,
that.
and so she wanted to see what was the big deal, and
What was up?
yeah, and so that got her started. Yeah, so she was even like she was young
Yeah.
when she was starting, and when she I think probably yeah, into her 30s, she stopped because it was yeah after my cousin passed away. in the early '80s. I think we first moved into Indiana, and he died. Unfortunately, way too young. He was like 21, 22. Died from an aneurysm. Um, but after his funeral, she basically said, "I don't want to do this anymore," and literally took her cigarettes, broke them all in half,
Oh.
flushed them down the toilet, and went cold turkey.
All right, I'm going to apologize to you because my computer just decided to stop making marks, so I need to restart Rebel, which sucks. Okay, best thing they did here is force people to smoke in specific indoor areas or outdoor areas with signs. They just banned menthol cigarettes, 11 billions only in Italy. Yeah, it's honestly, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm going like, guys, just put it in specific areas. Let people do it in their homes and on their private property if they want. But we have people in, there's a lot of people in America that I like, but we've got a number of people here who go out of their way to not give a crap about other people, and then they tote it around in some horrifically self-righteous way. You know,
They put it under that stupid. They always do that. It's my right, and they always think about their rights, but they never think about anybody else's.
Yeah,
rights
it's irritating
to
as heck.
Also.
Well, it's like they're trying to make a political point while walking around a neighborhood or something, and it's just like you're not being some champion or hero. You're just being some douche in a neighborhood being obnoxious.
And nobody's like you.
Well, their tribe does, and it's like, hey, okay, fine, do what you want to do. You want to have a tribe of jerks? It's your right. Just stay away from me. We have plenty of land in America, so
I need to make that as a T-shirt. Tribe of jerks. Would that be new metal? Tribe of jerks.
Would it? I feel as if no, but maybe. It's definitely not power metal. It's definitely not thrash.
Jerk metal.
It would be, yep. It's jerk metal.
There we go.
That's what it is. It's just jerk metal, which is just metal produced only by and for jerks and douchebags. And they just all have jerk names and douche names.
Beef.
That's just one band, The Beef, and for no good reason there's a banjo always playing. It's not there to, be funny or anything. It's just there to irritate everyone who doesn't like banjos, which is most of us.
All right, I gotta look this up. I gotta find this.
Oh, for sure, Sam. Here, more in the south than the north Italy. Usually because the culture is a bit behind. Let's say less modern, you find these groups kind of doing political statements over their freedom. Or I am glad that's not just America. Isn't that freaking irritating? It's just like you want to give people their room to do stuff, but then they just take it too far, and you're like, dang it, just freaking stop. You don't have to do that. We're giving you your space. And I've literally had friends where you just go like, dang it, you don't have to act like that. Yeah. Because you want to give them their space, but you're like, stop being a dick. You're like, I hate saying it like that, but you're like, stop, for God's sake.
Segue, or actually side note, talking about banjo. Did you know the banjo was actually derived from Africa?
Yeah, actually I did. I thought that was super fascinating, considering it is now considered to probably be the whitest southern, at least in America, instrument there is outside of the jaw harp.
it was actually from enslaved African Americans, and was basically stolen in a sense by the slavers. And
God, we are good at that, aren't we? Jeez.
And started being used in minstrel shows and stuff. So there you go. Like that with along with the fiddle and started being used in a lot of the bluegrass type musics and stuff. So
Well, the thing is, I don't want to take away the Southerners' country western thing because some of it's pretty good. Some of it's got a lot of spirit and soul to it, and even though it's not like necessarily my thing, you can see the quality there. You can see what they're doing, and then there's just the stuff where you're just rolling your eyes, going like, "For God's sake, stop! Stop crying about what happened to your truck. I don't care." And like, like you don't want to turn it into a stereotype, but I've heard some stereotypical stuff. Oh yes, don't worry. Here in Europe, everyone thinks the banjo is full-blooded American. Damn it!
well,
Damn it!
well, hey, so do most Americans.
Yeah,
Like, dude,
yeah.
like the amount of Americans who don't know history.
Is a lot of us,
Yeah,
including the ones that know history. We seem to be blissfully ignorant of certain things.
yeah, we and not only blissfully but proud of that ignorance also.
Well, sometimes there's just things that it's, and I hate saying this, it's just easier pretending that some things didn't happen because you just are sick and tired of everyone's crap. You're like, why? Why did blank like there was one day we were sitting around and I'm kind of into World War and World War One and Two history. I'm not like huge, but I'm in it a bit, and I'm just kind of going like the the poor German citizens that have to live with the history of what had happened, and we're just sitting around going like, what is that like? And then I go, wait a minute, America has done some really, maybe not like that exactly, but in some ways, like the Tuskegee Airmen experiments and stuff, just really bad stuff.
Well, not only the Tuskegee experiments, but the stuff like going forward, the civil rights movements themselves.
Yeah, there's just some bad things happened.
Going back, the tenants trying to move in and find just a nice place for themselves to stay for their families, and while mobs would chase them out, the other neighbors would turn the other way.
Oh, I know. Just, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't remember. I'm just saying I get why people just go, can we just stop? Like, you just want to look at the world in a more beautiful way, and you're tired of all the crap, you know?
My world.
It's called attention diversion. They point all the attention to one thing, so no one. Yeah, no, I hear you, and the thing is it's not right. I'm just saying I can see, like, Germany, for example. I can see why somebody would be like, can we not talk about that right now? Like I got some, a great, I've got a couple pounds of bockwurst here or whatever, and let's start grilling and having some beers and stuff, and let's just not think about all the awful stuff in the world for a couple minutes.
Yeah, and I
because the internet just seems to be designed to talk about that constantly, and
the only problem I have with that is
there's good things to have problems with.
Yeah, well, the thing is when is the good time to talk about
Oh
it?
no,
That's
yeah,
the problem.
no.
Like, you keep pushing it aside.
I hear you.
It never gets talked about, and that's.
But the problem is some people just can't stop bringing everything up. Where you're like, it's like, for example, I know this is stupid, and I know there's a good reason. I love David Attenborough because he sounds like Winnie the Pooh, and he's got that beautiful accent, and I love a lot of the BBC nature documentaries, and especially when you just need to empty your brain out. I want to watch some Giselles or something, you just give me some beautiful, give me penguins. I don't care. Just, so you go like David Attenborough. He sounds like a highly intellectual Winnie the Pooh. Beautiful animals. Perfect. And then he started doing, and it makes sense. I'm not taking it from him. A lot of very natural, conscious, the environments being destroyed. This is what we need to do about it. I'm not taking that from them. But there's just sometimes where I'm like, dude, can we just not do some of those, but do some of the ones where you're like, look at the praying mantis, blah, blah, blah. I'm tired sometimes, and there's so much darkness all the time, and it's dreadful.
He's done a lot of...
And he has.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I like seeing it in HD. I like seeing new stuff because I've seen the old stuff. Because there was one I was watching, and it was great. It was on walruses. And you don't think much of walruses, but I was like, oh, walruses. And so it was all this interesting stuff. And at the end, they started doing the, here's what's happening to their island. And I'm like, oh, that's very sad. And then they showed a walrus diving to his death off of a cliff. And I'm like, I get it. But did you need to show that to me while I'm trying to relax before going to bed?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Is it doesn't just not all the time.
Yeah, like, what if they were like watching that on a school program or something?
Well, the thing is like you could see that in a school program. They're it's dark, but they're learning stuff.
Yeah, but why? Let's say if you're showing it to little kids and all of a sudden you see a walrus diving to its death.
I'm not talking little kids. I'm talking older kids.
Mm-hmm.
That's a flaw we have to support for years. We shouldn't forget. You're right. We shouldn't forget horrible things.
No, we shouldn't forget because, like the saying goes, those who forget their history are bound to repeat them.
Well, all I'm saying is it can't be 100% one or the other. There needs to be some times where we turn it off, but we most certainly can't forget. Like, you listen to Hardcore History with Dan Carlin doing his Blueprint to Armageddon, and it is 16 hours of World War I. And there are moments in that podcast where I had to shut it off. I was like, this is so black and dark, and I was ready for it too. I was like, no, this is World War I. This is going to get horrible. And there were moments where it was getting so bad, I was going like, woof, I'm going to turn this off. I gotta turn this off. This is...
It's getting dank and dark.
It's getting dank and dark down here. And it's just like, oh. So it's not like we can't not. I'm just saying it's nice when we can have rainbows and puppies from time to time. That's all I'm saying.
We need to learn about history, and we need to not forget about history. And history needs to be taught, and things both good and bad, because people need to learn the crap that we went through, so we won't do it again.
See that, but that's what I'm saying is I think you got it exactly right. It has to be the good and the bad. Mm-hmm. There's groups out there that just want to do the good, and there's groups out there that just want to do the bad. And I'm going like, no, we kind of need both, because we have to have perspective that there are good things that happen, but we also just can't ignore every god awful thing everyone has done to everyone else on this planet.
It's like with
it's just
the 1983 Philadelphia bombings that happened here in the United States.
People didn't even realize that had happened.
Yeah, no one knew that
we bombed our own citizens.
Yeah, bombed their own citizens. And
for God's sake.
In the 80s, for goodness sake.
We bombed our own freaking citizens.
Yeah, they literally wrecked like, 12 city blocks. It was like, 5 children killed, like 12 adults or something like that.
Yeah, it's just...
Yeah. It's like,
I don't care what race they are. I don't care what income they were. I don't care.
Yeah,
you don't do that to people.
And they tried to say that, they were a commune that were
even that don't matter. You don't treat people like that.
But it's like, no, they were citizens who were trying to protect themselves because they kept getting hounded by government and
you bombed them. Let's go down a prettier path. I'm tired of the darkness right now.
Let's see. New topic. DC has released some of their new animations that are coming out on HBO. Unfortunately, so we won't be able to see them. But
we'll get to them eventually.
Yeah, But apparently they're doing a new Superman and Lois Lane series that looks pretty cute.
Is
Um,
that animated?
yeah, yep.
So I'm trying to imagine because I know they're doing that for the CW stuff.
Actually, I can
At least
pull up the
last I
picture
knew.
because this is
D-
what
does does Lois Lane finally kick some booty?
I have no idea. But
I want to see her do a Frankensteiner Lex Luthor. Is that too much to ask? I would love to see some serious. Oh, it's sort of in the American pseudo anime look.
yeah.
That's
Well,
interesting.
it's the new I don't want to say the new indie style, but yeah, it's that kind of like just kind of like
I'm just okay. I'm just here honestly waiting for someone to make a good adaptation of Berserk. I am I have one myself. And it's not Berserk, and it's going to be one where some people are probably going to roll their eyes, but it's one of my favorite old stories. No one has done a good version of War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. No one. The Tom Cruise movie was the closest anyone ever gotten, and it wasn't remotely War of the Worlds. Is it too much to ask for? You've got Berserk. You're like, I just want a good adaptation of Berserk. I just want a good adaptation of Martian brain squids marching through London with heat rays. Is it too much to ask? Apparently it is. Thank you. Someone agrees with me. And the BBC did a War of the Worlds series a couple years back, and I finally got to watch it, and I couldn't even get to the second episode because I was going like, guys, this was written in your country. Did you even bother reading it?
and with Berserk.
Yeah, exactly.
Rest in peace to the creator of Berserk.
Oh, yeah, he was too young.
He actually died earlier this month. I think it was like May 6th.
But he was like
7th.
54 or something.
54, ruptured aorta. Basically,
How do you do that?
stress, smoking. It could be caused
Freaking
by,
cigarettes.
I don't know if he was a smoker, but I know a lot of the mangaka uh, of the generations, they seriously did smoke a lot. Of course,
Japan's got a tobacco thing.
well,
Hopefully that's changing.
well, they're so like just go 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 go, especially with like the manga and anime.
Some really bad
aspect.
habits he had.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yep. But yeah, it was yeah, he was.
That's a shame.
way too young, yeah. Just turn on me.
Well, you know the thing that messed with me is you gave me his age, and I went, let's pretend he is still alive. He's 10 years older than me. I have been working my butt off trying to get somewhere since I was 14. And so I timed my way back. I'm going like, he was 10 years older than me? I'm like, oh, good for him. Bad for me.
You also have to realize, man, it's like chances are he's been doing that for like
I know.
probably as long as you've been alive.
Oh. Well, that means he's been doing it since he was 10 years old. That's what I mean. 10 years older than me. Good for him. I mean, not that he died, and he probably worked his way to death, because, hate to do the stereotype, but the Japanese seem to have a thing for that, which is a shame because they're brilliant. Like, for example, oh my god, there was an anime con years and years and years ago. I can't even remember what year it was. I was in my 20s. And we came in and everything's setting up and blah, blah, blah. It's the Friday night before. And there were two Japanese dudes sitting off in a room. And they were drawing and stuff. And I'm like, oh, artists, blah, blah, blah. Walk over. I'm like, hey, guys, yada, yada. They spoke no English. And they were drawing stuff. I'm like, oh, that's really nice, yada, yada, yada. They were the team that worked on the Saber Marionette stuff. They were the guys from Saber Marionette.
Wow.
And they were like a week older than me. And I was like, how does this work? I'm like, I don't understand. how do you do this?
You also have to remember, when like back in that time period, being an artist in Japan was actually considered an actual viable thing because
Yeah.
art over there and animation is way more respected over there than it is over here. At least it's getting equal now. Art and stuff is becoming a bit more respected and learned over here now.
Yeah, that's a good one. He was really depressed because mangaka culture is so.
Yeah,
I've heard nightmare stories. You're right.
yeah.
Abuses of workers. Just said stuff like, for years I didn't sleep for. Oh, that's wrong. Didn't sleep for more than. I love my sleep. Didn't sleep for more than 4 hours a day. Once again, for the 10th year in a row, I didn't go to the to Christmas. I'd like to do it for once. I'm gonna stay here drawing because feeling lonely. God, okay. I'm a little bit of a weird hermit type that likes staying home and writing and um, working on my art and stuff. But there's a difference between wanting to and having to, and
I
I'm
wish.
not really a depressive person, but I can see. I have a full time studio. I'm a senior designer, um, so I know on the American scale the expectations. The Japanese expectations of everything I've heard is a total nightmare.
I wish I just saw it earlier. I wish I could remember where I saw it at.
Because it's
Um, there was a somebody like the guy who does One Punch Man.
wow, it was so sad to read because he slowly gets worse with stuff like, my free days are limited to 2 days every 4 months. I'm getting tired.
Yeah,
No human should exist like that. And here's the sad thing, I adore the Japanese level of detail and work and stuff. But every single time I read that stuff, it's kind of like, oh, my brain just left me. The Uncharted games from Naughty Dog.
yeah.
Okay, I don't play a ton of video games. I love them, but I try to concentrate on my stuff more. Uncharted is one of my favorite series. I just love it. It's beautifully done, and the detail and the characters and everything. They work their people to death. And like my other favorite stuff is like the Japanese stuff. They work themselves to death. And now I'm completely conflicted, you know? I'm like, the stuff that I love is typically the stuff where people are working themselves to death. And I don't know how to process that other than I want it to stop. But I also go like, like some of the stuff I've seen the Japanese produces so inspirational as to what they can do, but if it's from a culture that's killing their artists, I don't know how to do the math for that, in my head.
There was I was saying I wish I could find it this morning. I somebody posted one of the Japanese artists posted the schedule for the guy who created One Punch Man, and
Oof.
posted his schedule of what he does and how his week goes. And I just sat there and I'm just like, huh, because it was like Sunday. It goes like midnight, of course, midnight to midnight. Like Sunday, midnight to like 5 in the morning. Work, 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 work,
Five.
work, work. 6 to 7 in the morning, breakfast or food break, whatever it is. They didn't even say breakfast, lunch. It just says food break. And then
Mm.
like eight to like it was like what 3 or 4 hours later, sleep, and then after that, work, 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 meeting with editors, work, work, work until midnight the next day, work, 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 work.
Oh, see, okay. This is what I'm saying is I don't know how to. And I read volumes. I really loved his work, but I feel so bad for him, especially the last ones. Like when I don't interact with anyone for so long, mouth stops working. Oh my god. Or my 30s are gone and no one is going to give them. I've actually had that particular feeling. He probably had it much worse, but I've still had it. I have no idea what I'm going to do, so I just keep drawing. I'll just stay shut up in this. Jeez. Yeah, that is black.
Yeah, from what I remember, yeah, seeing the back of the volumes and stuff, I remember reading a few of those. And, I was working at the shop and stuff, and we had a few volumes, and I would read the translated version. It's just like, oof, like, dude. And the thing is, he loved doing the work, but it's just like he just got so tired, and he felt like he couldn't stop because people was expecting him to keep doing this because it was such a beloved, long running series. So
See, yeah. Well, yeah, because it's like, for example, I've been wanting to get my stories and characters and art out there for as long as I can recall. But I'm not, and this is probably maybe why I haven't gotten anywhere. I'm not willing to commit suicide via project. You know? And I don't think anyone should. I mean, even the people that are like, but I want to. I'm like, no, your life is worth living. You know? It's like there's just stuff out there. It's like, and I always get his name wrong. I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, like a lot. But if I found out that the dude that created it is like living in hell creating the stuff, I'd want him to stop. Or at least step back and go, dude, I'll have less. I'll have less. I don't need as much. Live your life. You've gifted the world with so much amazing weirdness that I don't, and I can never remember his name, which kills me. I can never remember people's names. But the man is wonderful. He's created some of my most favorite, like, bizarre conflicts. But I'd want him to stop because you just go like, it's
Hirohiko Araki.
Araki! I was going like, Agaki? That's not right.
Araki, yeah. Hirohiko.
Such amazing people with these amazing products are killed by these workaholic cultures. Yeah. That I find.
We're slowly killing ourselves, working, and even sooner because everyone's slowly getting the Korean steel model who really raises depression rates by like 90%.
See, here's the thing. I have to look at stuff and go, if we pulled the detail back a little bit, if we pulled the expectations back a little bit, no, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe pain and suffering is part of this. I feel as if it's not. I hope not. Wouldn't, in some way, the product be better in a different way if the person wasn't living in, like, a depressive, dark, spinning pool of death? Because I remember periods, and I at work, I put my foot down finally and just said, fire me if you need to, but I'm not doing this anymore. I'm just going to do this crazy thing called a full day's work, and then I'm going to go home. Unfortunately, they didn't, because as it turns out, on some level, I think I'm valued. Sometimes I question that, but they haven't liquidated me so far, so I have to think I'm valuable to them in some fashion. But it most certainly isn't for the sheer output, because I outwardly state, no, I'm just going to give you my 40 hours every week because I deserve to go home and sleep. And I'm 250, 60 pounds. I have a hard time keeping weight off. I have a hard time getting my exercises in. I have a hard time eating right. I have a hard time sleeping. I deserve to have those things, you know? Everyone deserves to have these things, you know? Everyone does. I don't care if you're a jerk or not. Everyone deserves, and guess what? I think there might be less jerks in the world if people had full night's sleep, ate properly, had personal time, and yes, when you have moments where you need to freak out, which happens, you can do it in the peace of your own home, surrounded by your loved ones or your friends or whatever, and not under a desk at work while being judged for your production. I, I fully believe in work and getting stuff done and working for your company and stuff, but there comes a point where it's madness and it needs to stop.
All right, so more happier news.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, we were doing a bit. We're doing good for a while, but
I'm also kind of having a hard time concentrating on.
yeah, which is
It's so freaking warm in here.
got your fan turned off too.
Yeah, well, it's not that bad, but I'm just warm enough where I feel that like that smooth. Oh, my Empress, that is marvelous. Yes. Oh, that fan is perfect.
There you go.
It's lovely. That's much better. All right. Woo! Yeah, right now, artistically, by the way, I'm not like super seriously illustrating. I'm just trying to figure out what this looks like. And backing up, that booty is either super tight or something. Something don't look right about that booty. Hon, what do you think of that booty?
It's a little small.
Yeah, I was about to say something was not right with it. I need to adjust the booty. Oh. Between working too much, stressed AF, every single adaptation went bad, sort of cutting content from his manga too. Don't agree. Yeah, what is up with mangakas not earning much? Because we had some friends in the anime industry, or left the anime industry, and they had indicated that people in anime as well were just paid total garbage and were abused. I'm actually kind of sick of hearing this, because it's like, this is the stuff that I like. Why is it the stuff that I like is coming from cultures that are just being mean as hell to their workers?
Because
What is up with that?
because the creative arts
Are not respected.
very, very rarely are majorly respected. I mean, I want to say the last time that was probably like what, back in the Renaissance time with like patrons and all that stuff.
Yeah, but even then, I'm fairly certain they still ate artists on the streets if they could.
Oh, absolutely. But it's like once commercialism really started taking off, and you had the ability to basically have people just say, "Can you do this?" Yeah, sure. When everybody started learning the skills, they just became skills. It wasn't special anymore. It wasn't. It wasn't something that was actually. I'm trying to see what I'm looking for. Yeah, I can't get one.
It's getting a little late, and we're both a little warm. We're not braining right.
Brains.
The brains.
They're not clicking.
It's a bit small, but no.
No big artists.
Yeah. Here's the funny thing. I'm actually got a little bit of a challenge with this character. She is supposed to be a little boyish, so I'm not allowed to do my normal curvy, sexy lady or voluptuous lady or ultra Giselle-like lady, and I'm not allowed to do my various male types. I'm trying to get something in between that's a pretty blonde, but that's a little boyish. And I think that's why I made the booty a little too small. And I've been fighting this one, man. I have been fighting this one. And that's why I'm like, I'm not seriously illustrating anything, any individual thing. I'm just kind of like, how does this look? How does this look? You know?
The one video I showed you this morning, with the TikToks with the was it this morning or was it yesterday morning? I can't. Time is nothing around here, unfortunately, anymore. But there was this one lady, the lesbian TikTok.
Oh, you got to be kidding me! Look what he just wrote.
Yeah,
That
I heard something similar.
that's
Something
criminal.
like that. Yeah, I want to look it up because I heard like when you get like the bigger names, things you get more and stuff. But I've heard something.
That is criminal.
Yeah, I have heard that the money is very, very not there. It's like the one anime studio that burned down, or actually
Those poor guys.
that got killed because the one guy that was one of the no he was not
He was a nutter.
he was I think he was he either did he claim to have worked with them or he did work with them.
I watched a video on that guy, and if the video is correct, he was just some dude that was sending ideas in from his house.
That's right, and he claimed that they stole it.
And they either did or they accidentally did something similar to something in one of his ideas, but then he just freaking lost it.
Yeah.
And
and the fact of the matter is, like,
that is God.
Aside from that, the
people making cartoons should not be put through that kind of crap.
Yeah, the people who were there, I think the studio itself was owned by the people, and so they were trying their best to just. They did some really great stuff and all.
What a way to go!
Yeah. Well, I was trying to fit that into the not getting.
I know.
Paid enough and stuff, but like I said, I want to try and move on something a bit of a better attitude here. So, but I was saying, the one video I showed you with the lesbian TikTok I showed you earlier.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, there was one lady in there that kind of if I can pause it, would probably have the features that you were looking for.
I remember seeing one lady on there that I was like, because she was super pretty, but she was also very angular and a little boyish.
I think that's the same one. So
I'm pretty certain we are talking about the same person.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it real
because
quick.
she almost had like this.
She was like a pretty Jay from Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah. Except that with her fabulous hair and kind of super prettiness, I would put her in a 80s barbarian movie as the hot barbarian chick. Basically, anyone who isn't the creator of the company who back it up the products and services, you earn less than minimum. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm just sick of how artists are typically treated.
This lady.
Yeah, no, that's her. She unbelievable cheekbones on that lady.
There's one part where she's like leaning her head to the side. That's like I'm gonna screen clap scream out.
I'm gonna screen crap her. Yeah. By God, woman, what are you going to do?
Like, what are you talking about?
What does that mean?
Screen cap it so I can send it to you for that, because it was kind of reminded me of that. Okay, not when she's like looking drunk. There we go. Yeah.
Oh, 1 second. I'm not going to lie, I have worked in professional gaming environments and in professional sports environments, but it sounds like that would be more enjoyable than being a mangaka. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, I don't even think that I want to believe in like some ridiculous fantasy where artists are like all millionaires and stuff. But I'm sick and tired of hearing about artists that are treated like this. And I fully understand that we all can't make 6 figures, but some people sound like they're not even making 5 figures. You know, and it's like,
I mean, it's same here with the animation industry here. I mean, the amount of people that I see working in various animated projects and stuff around here, and first of all, it's like you're not permanently hired. You're literally working on contract to contract. So as soon as your project is over,
and you can be liquidated anytime.
Yeah, it's a good chance that you're not going to find work for the next 4 to 6 months or so. Even that.
Well, it's one of the reasons why I put up with some of the crap, and it's not all crap, but some of the crap at work, because I'm salaried. you know?
Yeah. But
And it's not all bad, but
yeah. Once again, trying to get back to a better.
yeah. I think it's just because it's so darn warm in here. Not that it's terrible, but it's just enough to make you softly ornery. Total of a standard 12 episode anime gives an animator around 8,000, if not less. God. Stuff like that just makes you rethink, like, the stuff you really love. It's like what I was saying with Uncharted, with Naughty Dog and all that. Whether you like the games or not, they're beautiful games. I mean, but their artists are treated like garbage from what I'm understanding. And I just don't know what to do with that. Because I don't want that to happen. No, I mean, I could easily play those games if they pulled the detail back and, you know, it's kind of like I look at some game franchises and they like okay, old one, I get it, but Metal Slug, they recycled a ton of assets. The later games were still great. I loved the later games, and a lot of it was recycled. So I'm like, maybe we could be a little frugal. You know? People make fun of Hanna-Barbera, but their stuff was super frugal.
Yeah, but even Disney recycling their animation and stuff.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of that had to do because of with the wars and stuff like that. But still, the fact that they were still reusing a lot of their assets.
Yeah. No, I'm hearing you.
I just spent 10 minutes drawing an ear on a character, and the ear isn't even the exact way it should be.
I just spent the last 10 minutes working on a booty cheek, and the booty cheek still ain't right.
See, at least with yours though, your it's something that your original thing. Mine was I'm trying to draw a character on here, and then I just realized, wait, she's wearing a hat. Her ear, because it's a animal character, her ear isn't going to be seen in the hat. Huh. Well, I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to see if I can salvage it. And plus, we're artists. We can draw over it. That's part of our thing.
Yes.
I'm here mostly because I like the art. I want to sort of understand what you guys do. My girlfriend is an artist. And I'd like to be more involved with her stuff, and she does get heavily by these examples in Japan, which I think are really bad. Well, we are an artist couple. We've been doing this been together for over 20 years, but
and it's not easy at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, a lot of patience,
and we're still not really getting anywhere.
Well, we're moving slowly, as a business should, as business do, especially in the creative world. If you already don't have a ton of money, it's gonna be slow. Simple as that. If you have to work yourself into the area, which our fearsome fella here has already probably been in the industry. He said he's worked in gaming and sports environments and stuff, so he knows about that.
Yeah. I'm a full-time I'm a senior designer at a collectibles company. And the collectibles I do, some are awesome, most of which is not my taste and would not be considered ultra cool. We are, however, a notable American collectibles company. I typically don't do this, though. So all my stuff, for example, all my writing, all my artwork is on the side. And, like, right now, I am scrounging on a daily basis to find time. It's not easy. Matter of fact, I'm fairly certain, and I'm not going to sit there and be all like, woe is me, but there's very much a possibility that because I typically don't really actually know what I'm business-wise doing, I'm trying, man, I'm learning, but I don't have like a sense for marketing. And as far as I can tell, after more than 20 years of trying to do this, art is like 90% marketing. I could be doing a tenth of my quality and ability, and if I was a better marketer, I'd be somewhere right now. Lashida, on the other hand, has done 100 and something My Little Pony pins and buttons, and has sold must be tens of thousands at this point.
Not tens of thousands.
It's got to be getting close.
We're in the we're at least in the 4 digits at this point.
Many you have people like in Russia with your buttons.
Yeah.
I mean,
but and also then again, I've also been doing this for like 10 years too. So I mean, it's as much as I don't like the word the hustle culture, it is 10 years worth of me doing that and going and doing and I mean honestly, hon, you are a babe in your journey of this. You've just recently started when it comes to marketing and getting yourself out there.
Yeah, in terms of marketing, you're right.
So it's not like, I mean, yes, you've had your ideas going for a long time, but as far as actively now putting yourself out there, you're still in the infancy. So I mean, you're still growing.
Fair
so
enough.
I mean, don't knock yourself down.
No, I'm not knocking myself. I'm just being realistic.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot. There's literally 14-year-olds out there that are entirely destroying me, that I can't even get close to, that I way out experience, that I'm just, without sounding like a dick, kind of outdo artistically in most ways. And yet, because I don't have my brain in the right marketing internet kind of functionality, I don't know how to get my head wrapped around some of it, and I'm trying, but it's super tough.
Yeah, it is. And again, you have been busy with your job and trying to make your love a career. Meanwhile, this 14-year-old basically it's the main thing. They were born in this.
Oh, I know, and it's so true.
I
I was born in the late 70s.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's like I mean, if we were growing up with all of this, do you know how awesome we would probably be by now?
I'd be a stud in many ways. I'd have a fans only account. I'd be a pimp.
OnlyFans the other way now.
Whatever. I'm on the internet.
Yes.
Me and my gray old butt.
Stop competitive with heart problems. Ooh, sorry about that.
I stopped recently competitive.
It's a bad lifestyle I led to the point I had health problems at 21. Imagine what I was doing as soon as I was Oh, wow.
Damn.
Good luck with that, man.
Yeah, seriously.
That's not.
That's
good.
hard.
You're sitting down 12 hours a day.
You need to take care of yourself.
Drinking weird energy drinks with water. No, that's not good at all, man. No. No. Nope.
No. Yeah, no. Okay.
Okay, you want to go first or I'm going to
Okay.
go first?
I'm approaching 45. And I have worked in a corporation. And the thing is they've gotten better. There's a lot of good stuff there. But I was the Walking Dead for years. Ultimately speaking, I have learned one important lesson over everything else. And that is, you have to view everything you're doing as a marathon and not a sprint. If you can, and this is going to sound ridiculous, but stick with me, you doing your dream or your goal 1 hour a day, guaranteed 1 hour quality a day for the rest of your life, while you're taking care of yourself, you're making sure your heart's good, your blood's good, your back is good, you're not destroying your legs from sitting all the time, you're going for walks, you're taking care of yourself physically and emotionally and mentally, and you're getting what you want out of life, but you're getting that solid hour in, you'll get way more done than you think. Now, you work more than that hour every day, you're going to get closer to your goals quicker. But the more you work, once you go past a certain point, you're shortening your life. So instead of it being a marathon, it's turning into a sprint. You're trying to get as much done as possible while sacrificing the end of your life, bringing it closer to you. And it's not worth it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't work hard. I'm not saying that there isn't a certain level of hustle. But ultimately speaking, most of my writing that I do, I get it done when I wake up in the morning, and I get somewhere between a half hour and 2.5 hours of writing every day. And that depends upon what I have to do that day and how early I wake up. So I guarantee myself work is happening, but then I also guarantee that my wide ass is not eating donuts every single day.
He loves eating donuts.
And I love me some freaking donuts. That I'm not drinking too much caffeine every single day. That I'm not eating too much garbage every single day. Now, in Italy, my honest guess is you guys probably have a better diet than here in America. Everything seems to be designed to kill us here for whatever reason. But seriously, finding life-work balance, especially if you've got some health issues, that's not like a suggestion. That's a how long do you want to live? And that's coming from somebody who really deeply cares about other artists. It's not, the work is not worth dying over. You know, I do this because I enjoy it. I go to work because I want to pay the bills. And I got people at work that do the whole, they live to work. I work to live. And the funny thing is I'm not one of these dudes that goes out like mountain climbing and crazy, wild, wacky life experiences. I kind of wish I was, but I'm not that person. I'm kind of boring. But in my own way, I prefer living over working. So yeah. Yeah, for sure. I was just very happy about making it, and I got good money from it. Luckily for me, I managed to stop before serious oh yeah, good for you. Showed up. As an example, I had weird brain I had weird brain function due to the screen time. I probably risked carpal tunnel. My back is still in okay. My heart got too stressed and things. Yeah, no, you need to watch yourself. My back, on the other hand, I gained a ton of weight over the years, and I got to the point where I took my back out for over a month. I couldn't move because of my freaking weight. I'm still roughly the same weight, but I've shed a lot of fat and gotten some muscle back, so my back is doing better. So in every way, you just kind of generally have to keep an eye on yourself. And the uptime and the constant traveling, that'll take a toll on you. And also some vitamin deficiency for the poor diet. Yeah, nope, been there. I've been there. But now with some supplements and various stuff, I'm basically like new. Stick with it and even try to improve it.
Enjoy the youth that you have.
Yeah, because it doesn't last long.
It sounds like you're already had some issues and that you're getting better, which is very good. The fact that it was caught before it got too bad
Yeah.
is very good. Um, Especially working in a stressful environment. If you worked in gaming stuff,
I've heard nightmares about gaming
yeah,
environments.
you have to be so careful because your body is it's like a Tamagotchi. We have to take care of this stupid flesh bag that is our the Tamagotchi of our life basically, and you have to make sure that this is the only you that you have, man.
Yeah, you get one shot.
um,
You don't want to be you don't want to be the old hunched guy that has completely destroyed his body and is suffering for the last 15 years of his life. You don't want to be that. Especially when you can be the guy that might have actually made it further because he took care of himself and he was able to get the time in. I literally know people who've destroyed themselves down to the point that, yeah, they got a ton done in their early life, but they're just suffering and they're getting nowhere. I'm not saying don't try to achieve, but
just be just be smart, be very precise in your choices when it comes to your life and your health, because if you just do anything to survive, and your body is on a when your body is constantly on stress mode,
oh, it's not good.
you wear yourself out so much more faster. And as you said, you're getting better now,
Keep working on it.
you know, glad to hear that you're doing that.
Yeah.
But just make sure you don't let don't let your job be the boss of your body. That's that's not good.
Honestly, believe me, I feel the whole wanting to do something with your life and doing the thing you want to do. But if your work is abusing you, it's not worth it. And I'm actually in a position where I kind of need to listen to myself because there's elements of my life that I wish were a little different, but I'm working on it. So it's no one's life is perfect, um, but make sure that health thing, because you can't do your art or anything else if you're in terrible shape. You just can't. Kind of bad companies like to train for around 12 hours per day, along with theory creating and meta discussions in conference rooms. And I'm not having to need to go to sleep. Oh God, dude, that's gonna rip you apart. I remember someone actually fainted on the plane when we went to Las Vegas for a tournament. We had to bring the poor guy. Okay, dwell on this stuff and really think if it's worth it. Because I don't think anybody should have to go through that. That is terrible. And not now, you're making me now feel like I'm complaining about what little I've been through. You sounds like you might have actually really been through worse than I've been through. Okay, like for example, one of the life changes we made. We eventually got to the point where we could pick up property. Not that we own a ton, we have a condo, but it's pretty good for us. So we have people who have 2.5 hour commutes one way to work every day, meaning they're spending 5 hours a day traveling. When we picked up the place, we told the real estate guy was like, "How far away do you want to live?" I'm like, "Within a half hour, preferably 15 minutes." And so we got to a point where we found a place that was within 12 to 20 minutes from work, so I could reduce the amount of stress on me. And okay, this is going to sound completely ridiculous. I don't even like having to do that because I want as much time back in my life as humanly possible. We have people living north of us in Wisconsin, 2.5, 3 hours. A friend of mine, she She's got a 2-hour 20, 2-hour 15-minute one way. I get it, not everyone can afford stuff, but it's an example of setting one's life up to reduce the amount of damage the job can do. This is going to sound ridiculous, and I mean, I don't want to sound insensitive to, because there's a lot of people who have been suffering through the whole COVID thing. I'm not saying otherwise. I've been working at home now for an hour and a half, a year and a half. So I've been working remotely for a year and a half. It's been the best year and a half I've had at work because we're able to remove all the extra junk. Anything you can do to improve the situation, because what you just described to me sounds horrific. Admittedly, I'm in my mid-40s. I'm a big wuss. I have the words Eric's Lazy Boy Adventures. I'm in a lazy boy right now. I'm not like the studliest dude ever. I'm not. It's just I'm not gonna brag. There's no truth in that. But that sounds like too much. That sounds really tough, man.
I mean, this is something that you have to do. Keep yourself fed and a roof over your head and all that. Just as the saying goes, everything in moderation. Just make sure you're balancing out your life as best as you can so that you aren't harming yourself.
Yeah.
And
finding balance is not bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you don't. You really don't. And the thing is you could be a very successful professional person that isn't like that. That's I think that's just some people got it in their heads that that's the way it's supposed to be. Best example I can give is like it's K-pop groups. Yeah, who wants to live like a K-pop group? I mean, admittedly, they're way prettier than I am. Male, female, both. They're like they're spectacular. I know what I look like. I look like a watchmaker from like the 1700s. It's true. I look like that old guy on the stool that just. But can you imagine what it takes just to look like that every single day? The K-pop guys.
That's why a lot of them are so stressed. I mean,
it's really hard.
Suicides among groups like that because they just can't.
They're not even allowed to date. Like insane stuff.
Yep, they can't basically be normal.
Yeah, I would rather just be a normal, forgettable person, to be completely honest with you, than go through that stuff.
I don't want to be normal, but I don't want to be that.
Okay. Admittedly, I'm just saying there's just too much.
Yeah.
There's too many expectations on some people. Surgeries, they get you. I mean, with... oh, yeah.
Like Bob Ross. Hey, man, Bob Ross is awesome.
Yeah, Bob... It's really funny. I grew up with Bob Ross. I watched him on TV. And I think that there's a couple actual real American heroes, and I think he's one of them, that I could actually point at Bob Ross and go like, world, this is some of the best America has produced. I legitimately think Bob Ross is just...
Somebody actually made a Power Rangers team. It was Bob Ross, LeVar Burton, Mr. Rogers.
LeVar Burton?
Yeah, it was like...
keep going.
Yeah, it was Bob Ross, LeVar Burton, Mr. Rogers. There was like two...
Mr. Rogers is another one.
Yeah, it was like...
That man's a treasure.
It was like Bill Nye, because of science.
Bill Nye.
And was it Steve Irwin?
Oh, God, I'm blanking. Steve Irwin?
The Crocodile Hunter.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. But I blanked on that name for a second.
Yeah, I think those were the five. But yeah, it was basically they were just like kindness, knowledge, wisdom.
Captain Planet.
Pretty much, but that was a pretty great thing.
their country. They have the best and cheapest plastic surgery, basically in their culture. I remember seeing an interview where a girl said, "This is my seventh operation, so I'll have to have a better chance of being hired." Yeah. I mean, I I really don't know much about Korea, so I really can't say yay or nay to a lot of their stuff. I do know that a lot of their, not their K-pop groups, but a lot of their just like people who sing are absolutely fantastic. They have some of the best singing in of that region that I have heard. That I've heard. They don't sing; they sang. And I mean,
They sang.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they have absolutely just gorgeous voices. I mean, there's guys over there I heard singing that my jaw just drops because I'm like listening to some of the old like gospel or R&B stuff that I grew up and I'm hearing Korean lyrics and voices, but I'm hearing like old R&B soul, like soul dudes. It's amazing. And yes, I actually left because I technically shouldn't have had a girlfriend, but I found a cute gal for myself, and she got upset about my health. So I just dropped out. I can come back anytime and just under less toxic terms, maybe. Well, that's good. You have a choice. Choices mainly are mostly good.
Yeah.
Like I said mostly.
Yeah. Plus, you kind of want to work on yourself. Like, I'm kind of a mess in some ways, and I'm pretty good in others. But I kind of have to work on myself for her, you know,
And
and
vice versa.
and vice versa. And yeah, if you've got somebody that you want,
You want to see them stay. If you want to, if
yeah,
you
you
want to
got to take
see
care
each
of yourself
other,
for
yeah.
them. Yeah.
If you want to see each other for as long as possible.
Yeah, it's what I get for chatting. I'm not fully paying attention to what I'm doing.
Well, it's getting late. I mean,
It is getting late. It's actually
it's at 9:30 now.
we're running way longer on this than I thought I would. I was going to get on for like half hour or an hour, and I just kind of feel like I think the word is putzing around. But the good thing is I'm kind of getting the right amount of red on her. It's strikingly ridiculous, but it kind of also feels right too. Okay, get rid of that. And yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the other person's right to do that sort of stuff. Which makes it hard, of course, on people who are kind of pushing themselves, of course, but the relationship is kind of like both people coming together to be one entity, and you kind of want to be the best for the other person that you can. I mean, as flawed as we both are, we're still trying as hard as we can for each other, and
That's relationships. It's give and take, push and pull. But the fact of the matter is, we do it together. It happens.
yeah, no, I've been there too.
Well, the main point is that you were able to
Been there
figure
too.
yourself out, bro.
Actually, I think that in many ways, a lot of people, in one way or another, have kind of been sort of there. I know I've kind of had mine. I'm not saying it's the same as yours or anything, but in a weird way, having someone else made me better. So maybe I was just looking for a reason to care. Yeah, it might very much be, yeah, because honestly, I think part of, I'm not going to say being a dude, but being a person. I think there's a specific to being a guy, but it's kind of like you do kind of need somebody just to balance yourself out. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but yeah, no, it's I was a complete and total, probably, what I is the word neurotic, right? I was a mess.
I when
I was a complete mess.
when I first met you, I wouldn't say that you weren't neurotic.
Something was wrong with me.
You were. I think you were dealing with a lot of the stuff that you were coming out of, and you were just looking for you're looking for someone to care. And
And it kind of, and I'm not saying with my family. My family was great, but I came from a community where, and maybe it's not true. Maybe it was my perspective, but it most certainly felt like no one gave a crap, like at all. Well, maybe I'm wrong about that, but you observe this behavior too. I just wanted to.
NGL stands for not gonna lie.
What now?
The NGL stands for not going to lie.
Ah, okay. I'm still not like totally an internet person, even though I'm on the internet. There's a couple abbreviations I don't quite catch sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man. Also, it's weird. Like you don't ever know what the heck you're supposed to be doing in life. Like ever. Like I thought when I was younger that when I got older I would have a better idea. I have less than an idea than ever. You know, and I think just simply finding another person, and not just like just finding another person, like finding the right person who's good for you and you're good for them, that gives you something. That gives you something to hold on to, and like you said, a fixed point. And because I tell you what, haven't had the best experience with people. I think is probably the way to put it. Maybe that was me, maybe that was them. I honestly don't know anymore. But I have one person I can trust. And if you screw up.
what?
What? That's so stupid.
In the words of my dad, you ain't gonna do shit.
Oh, Papa Williams.
But honestly, yeah, I just I honestly just want to do my best for you and just make sure that I'm myself is I'm doing best for you, basically.
I think there's a female equivalent to it, but I think he's got a point. It shows more on guys because people don't really explain to us stuff. I'm not sure if it's a macho thing or what it is, but it just sort of seems like guys kind of crap on each other a lot,
Yeah.
you know, and then we're just supposed to like know how to like strip an engine out of a car. I don't know anything about cars. And so there's just like stuff that you're just expected to magically know and do. And if you don't know it, nobody says anything. Like you just walk around all day just guessing. Like you just don't really.
That's a part of that whole toxic masculinity thing. It's like you don't ask for things, you just know. And if you do ask, well, then you're considered dumb or stupid or um, anything that has to do with emotions or feelings. You can't express yourself because guys aren't supposed to do that. It's the whole thing of either your feelings or your nuts. You got to cut one off.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
do, however, think there seems to be kind of a male tendency to, I don't know, push through or
Well, you're expect.
something. It's weird. It's like part of it's stereotypical, but part of it does seem to be in male behavior,
Well,
and
that's
I don't.
because it's you guys. It's basically you've been cultured to do so. If you go to other cultures, like for instance, some African cultures where it's okay, like men are raised to be emotionally, I don't want to say stable, but emotionally outward. And so, I mean, you, I mean, it's okay. Better example, bring it back to Japan. A lot of the manga that we see when guys are crying because they're so excited, that's a culture. That's the thing over there where guys are it's allowed to cry.
Yeah,
Guys are allowed to show their
yeah.
emotions.
Men in America used to hold each other's hands when they walked around. We don't do that anymore, and
Yeah.
not that one way or the other makes a huge difference to me, but it is a little weird that we kind of don't want to be anywhere near each other.
Yeah.
Women, instead, I feel, have a dilemma for the other classic thought. Instead of having a man up, or you should know these things. Sorry, my eyes aren't that great anymore.
Just
They have to, they uh, have to do you what to be, well, want to be a mom or a businesswoman. You sacrifice one or the other, so and it really shouldn't be one or the other.
well,
So
it's
we end up,
well, basically when it comes to at least here in America with male versus female
Yeah.
culture, um, women are taught to nurture. They're taught to take care. They're taught to, at least for at least when we were growing up, they are taught to, you basically are there in the background for support. Men, I mean, it's within, when we were growing up in our schooling system, guys were taught shop, make things, do things, support. This is what you have to do. This is what you need to learn. Women were taught to, like you said, guys were taught to be solid and stand and speak out. We were taught to,
Yeah.
this is how I feel. We were never allowed to say this is what I this is my opinion as a woman, because instantly we're thought of as being pushy, or unfortunately we're thought of being a bitch the minute we say that. Pardon my language.
well,
Men,
that's the right word in this
men
situation.
with that same attitude are thought of as forward thinkers. They're thought of as being positively aggressive, and so because of that mentality, it's like then suddenly, no, you have to be the wolf that goes stalking and brings things home, and you have to be the guy that goes out and does this, and you have to be the tough guy. It's like, no, you don't have to be anything
Yes.
other than yourself.
Some guys are sensitive guys, and sometimes you need a sensitive guy around. Sometimes a sensitive guy takes things a little too far, but sometimes the hyper masculine Wolf Guy takes things a little too far.
Yeah.
I'm kind of the opinion that we need a balance of personality types most of the time.
Once again, everything in moderation.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I mean, when you have a culture where, um, with guys, you are automatically expected. This is how, well, with anybody, guys are expected to do this. Girls are expected to do that.
Yeah, the problem is some guys are emotional, squishy sweethearts,
Yeah.
and some girls are legitimately balls to the wall tomboys.
Yeah.
You know, and people should just, be who they are. And it's, I don't know, I hate these some of these boxes people have been put in,
Mm-hmm.
and it just,
Yeah, I mean, because yeah, I do understand. I come from a very, very right conservative family, and sometimes I have trouble showing emotions or fatigue, for example, because I grew up with behavior like that. And I mean, you come from a family like that. In my family, we were all raised to be very open about our emotions. We could talk, for the most part. We were all very huggy, friendly to each other, very open about stuff. But still, there are still guys in my family who are still
yep.
very cut off, very will not talk about things, will not discuss things.
Yeah, they'll, football is where they'll go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I even have some, like, there's even some women in my family who are also very just, nope, this is it, cut off, aggressive, very, very just kind of, in a sense, conservative in the way. Um, but the funny thing is, like, if they get pushed hard enough, all that goes out the window because they suddenly just explode because they just don't know how to properly emote themselves, even though that's what we grew up with. I mean, thankfully in my family we were all, we were all raised to be able to, um, in a sense, express ourselves. Not, I would say we needed to do a better job on a lot of things, but that's with any family.
Yeah.
It's not going to be perfect.
Well, nothing is ever perfect. That's the problem I'm kind of bumping into, is the thought that any one group or anything has it figured out is incorrect.
Somebody shooting off fireworks.
Yes, somebody's having a party.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think if there's any festivals. That's, as far as I know, there weren't any festivals until like later on this summer, and even those were very limited. I'm gonna go see if I can see it because I'm just staying up in
On the
It's
side of my
almost 2
forehead.
o'clock. Just got the fan over. Can you feel that?
No, I can.
Five, six, just gone.
Wow! That,
Ooh, yikes. Woof.
yeah, no kidding. Crap.
That's not healthy.
Yeah. I'm not judging. But
all.
yeah. That, dang. I'm sorry that happened to you, man.
Yeah, there's like several.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Whew. Yeah, that must have been hard. I come from a conservative family, but not to that degree. Well, closer to center conservative family, but man. Yeah, it's funny when we do our live streams, or if you're interested, we'll be starting back up soon. Every weekend, I do a live pencil sketch of cartoon characters, and we do one of two things every single time we do this. We either talk about the wackiest, most ridiculous, stupid cartoon stuff, or we somehow get into conversations like this. And my real effort is to just be as lighthearted as possible, but it just never seems to always, go that way.
Apparently, I'm not sure if what's going on, but there's like a big fireworks display, probably about 5 miles or so northwest of us, and then there's another one taking place like to the south of us. So I'm like, is there something that's going on? I'm like, is it Pulaski Days yet or something? I can't remember. Sorry to change the conversation here.
I haven't had potchkies in a while.
Mardi Gras already passed, so that's where potchkies will be.
Potchkies, okay.
Yeah, that's when those will come out, but
That just tells you how cultural I am. My brain goes to something like donuts, and then I get everything wrong in the details. Well, donuts. Did I get the culture right? No. Did I get the event right? No. Donuts.
Yes, those famous
Jeez.
Juneteenth donuts.
Juneteenth. Is it time for Juneteenth donuts? But honestly, anytime you want to swing by and just hang out or whatever, yeah, honestly, because okay, I'm like a super hermit type. All right, so this is kind of like the closest I get to most contact to most people. Well, it's true, isn't it? I mean, I spend most of my time doing artwork and writing. It's kind of nice having this. Um, Yeah, no, it's you got to work through that stuff, man. So my feeling is very simple. If you don't want something passed on to the next generation, it sort of begins and ends with yourself. Because I'm not saying all the old stuff is wrong, but there's definitely some stuff from the past that needs to end. The funny thing is I kind of like history stuff, and I was kind of looking at the older generations as to what they went through because of the world wars and stuff. And I'm not saying it's everybody, but just in general, I was thinking of it in the terms of American corporate work culture, how there's these dudes that are just like super ultra gotta get everything done, 80-hour work weeks, blah blah blah. And like one of these dudes I had, he was the guy that started the art department, and he damn near died in his cube. I mean, hard workaholic type, the stuff that I don't agree with. I'm like, wait a minute, what did he see in his life? And like in the context of his life, this is a dude that went through, Cold War stuff, and like when he was a kid, had World War II veterans, and all that sort of stuff. And I was just going like, just curious as to how some of this stuff gets passed down, and I'm like, how some of it just doesn't have its place anymore. Like telling boys that they can't cry. Like maybe at one point in time that made sense, but firstly, I'm not entirely sure that it ever truly did, but maybe.
Yeah, that never made sense to me.
Me either. I'm just saying you go back far enough in the past, and in some ways the world was so much different that I kind of go like maybe it's not like I know, but it just to me I look at today going like I just don't see the point in that stuff being even like a real logical thing to do anymore. Like, let boys cry. When I say this, I mean this for the girls too. Sometimes kids might need to toughen up a little bit. Maybe not learn to cry so much. Maybe there are situations where that you shouldn't be hitting your kid, but encourage them to toughen up a little bit. And I'm saying that for girls too. And there's times where you need to let them cry, let them get it out, talk about it, blah, blah, blah. Like a crazy balance between things. But like I actually know anything. I wish I had answers. I really do. I just feel like I never know any. Like when I was young, I knew everything. Now that I'm older and I actually know more, I feel as if I know nothing. It was just a thing said because boys usually. Yeah, and I think there are areas where growing up tough makes sense, but there's something about being, it's like metal that's too hard. It breaks,
I mean, it also depends on the kid. I mean, I was a very sensitive kid, and I'm still a sensitive adult.
Kind of hard having a German ancestor being Brazilian. Yeah.
But when I was a kid, because I was very sensitive and also very, even still sensitive adult. Growing up, I would cry at the drop of a hat sometimes because I was just so full of stuff. I didn't know how to express myself other than just crying when I got frustrated with a lot of things. And sometimes family didn't understand what I was going through, and so I would be told, okay, you need to toughen up, you need to get a thicker skin. And unfortunately, because a lot of that, that I didn't get a thicker skin, I just learned how to push all that crap down.
Yeah. Then there's the other end of it. Yeah.
Unhealthy. And it's like, I didn't know how to properly deal with it because no one wanted to deal with me. And that became that becomes serious resentment after a while.
Oh yeah, like I'm not putting everything under one category. I'm just saying there's circumstances where people need to deal with their emotions, and there's circumstances where growing a thicker skin is probably a good idea. But sometimes, how do you even tell? Especially when you've got a kid that can't explain anything, because they're a kid. And
how do you tell somebody to grow thicker skin? And it's like, well, you're telling that to a kid. What does that even mean?
Yeah, like to a kid, they don't remotely understand anything that's happening.
There's a bunch of crap happening to me, and I'm frustrated, and I don't know how to deal with it. And you're telling me my skin needs to be thick. I scraped my knee. Does that mean I need to scab my body? What the heck?
Yeah, like I'm not even remotely saying I have an answer. It just,
it all boils down.
There's a reason why we don't have kids. Kids are hard. Kids are hard.
Well, it all boils down to empathy.
Yeah.
And to understanding. For example, not like that. So you think I might have a kid, trade that trust they have for their parent and telling them not to do something like crying.
I think the real problem comes in is, I think, like, for example, your parents were probably trying to do the right thing, but the right thing is so difficult to figure out what to do sometimes. I'm not saying that they were right or wrong. I'm just saying that's one of the reasons why I decided to not have kids. I'm watching other people's kids going like, how do you even know what to do? I mean, it's like on the episode of Rick and Morty where they're all like, yeah, adults are just giant kids having kids. And I'm like 40 something, and I'm like watching 20-year-olds with kids, and I'm just going like, you're some kind of magical superhero. Like, how are you doing that? Because I just look at kids and I just don't know remotely how to read them. And my first feeling is, and it maybe I'm wrong, but I just feel like I would just screw up because they're like they're emotional little beings, and you don't know sometimes really what's even going on with them. And it's like my parents did the best they could, and I think overall did pretty good, but like they could have ever gotten every single thing right, especially because I was like an extremely sensitive, not very, honestly, not very bright, bullied kid, and I had problems. But how do you help a kid when the kid themselves don't even really know what reality is or what they should be thinking or doing? It's just so hard.
Well, the thing is, how do you help a kid when you don't know how to help yourself?
Yeah, yeah,
That's the thing. Is like when like
yeah,
generations breed generations, and if parents are if parents are raised to be hard nosed, chances are they're going to raise kids to be hard nosed. Um, but on the same note, if a is raised that way and they're like, I don't like this, I realize what's happening and this is not good. It's a good chance they're going to stop that cycle. That basically the generational curse that's being passed
yeah.
down.
A friend of mine at work is part of a crime family,
Yeah, I mean, you're telling
and
me.
he wants nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And he was raised with really tough upbringing, and you can literally tell he's just this huge nerd that just wants to read comic books and cartoons and movies and do his art and be left alone. And he went through that stuff, and you can tell he's still carrying it with him. And I've never asked him specifics because it's just not my business.
Nope. It's like with my family, with a lot of the stuff that my parents went through, um, there were a couple of directions I could have gone down and continued on with the cycle of anger, of abuse, of of resentment, um, of basically not caring. I mean, even though my parents were great and loving people, there were still some things there that carry over from their parents because a lot of the crap that they went through, unfortunately, because of a lot of the civil rights stuff and a lot of the,
Yeah.
um,
Well, your community saw a lot of crap.
yeah, and so it's like they had reasons to be angry with a lot of the stuff, and it's like they wanted different for their kids, which thankfully they did their best, even though a lot of the stuff that they were trying to escape from basically, I'm not going to say followed them, but a lot of that crap was still there because of the times that they were. But I mean, thankfully, a good chunk, well, I want to say most of us, but we took different directions with a lot of the stuff. We saw what our parents went through, and we were like, we don't want that. We don't want to see that. We don't want to deal with that. And so thankfully we were able to, for the most part, break a lot of the chains that were basically latching the generations, the negative chains that were latching the generations together in a sense. Yeah. Yeah, this is a big story for me. And then there was this even less saving feature in the technical investigation. That's the kind of shit. Who was in the investigator had heard about going kids would come back to their mom. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hard, man. It's
Being human sucks, doesn't it?
It's been rough.
Yeah.
We don't have laundry tags. Wash at this temperature, dry at this, don't tumble dry, delicate cycle.
Mm.
Yeah, that's rough, dude. But I'm hoping that you are coming out of a lot of that stuff, and you're
Much
not
of a
carrying a lot of
dingus
that with you.
head.
Huh?
How much of a dingus head? Yeah.
Well,
Just keep working on yourself. I've been working on myself for decades. I'm getting slightly better at stuff, but I think it's an unending process.
and honestly, dude, you're already on the right path because you're seeing what you did. A lot of people don't even acknowledge that they have a problem, and of course, one of the things of how to solve a problem is to acknowledge that there's a problem in the first place.
Yeah, we had some friends, and to be honest, I wish I didn't have to cut ties, but it was sort of a situation where people couldn't see like the stuff you're seeing, like they couldn't, like it was, everything was kind of always everyone else's fault. Everyone else was kind of, it was never them. And I'm not saying that was like 100% accurate across the board, but it was there. And I kind of had to cut ties because I'm going like, well, if you can't even see the problem, this is never going to change.
If it's never your fault, then there's nothing's going to get done because if you're constantly blaming everyone else for problems, but yet you can't fix the problem, you don't think that there's any problems that you're causing, then
Yeah.
what's the point of even dealing with you if you're so perfect? So, such is life. But honestly, dude, yeah, if you recognize that there was an issue, you've seen what they were, and you're trying to make yourself better, you're already on the right path, and that's what matters.
Come here, you. All right, so I don't know what I've done differently, but the past hour or so, the computer has not screwed up at all. So
Maybe it likes the sound of your voice.
maybe it's like a potted plant. Yeah.
It just likes being paid attention to.
Oh, Eric's talking to me. It must mean he loves me. Well, if that's what it takes for my computer to behave. Yes, Mr. Computer. No, Mrs. Computer.
There you go.
How I love you, Mrs. Computer.
Oh, do I love these? Let me count the ways.
Oh.
001 100
001100. I know, right? That's the PC is collaborating with us. I'm running software that I like. Typically, This is a Surface, and typically speaking, I work while not streaming, which it works pretty much perfectly. When I'm streaming, I use live stream OBS. Did I get that right? Anyways, it's good streaming software, but that means the computer is running additional stuff. And this is, I mean, it's a Surface. It's a good computer, but it's not like a beast. So most of the time it behaves, but sometimes it gets wiggy and like weird wiggy. So I'm just glad it's being nice to us. Yeah, it's wiggity wiggity whack, and right now it's behaving itself, so I'm pretty happy with that. Besides, the funny thing is I'm kind of just mindlessly doodling right now, so it's nice that it's not stressing me out, because that's the point of me doing this, is reducing stress. I'll get into more hardcore illustration later, because this is me just kind of screwing around. I mean, screwing around figuring out what I need to do to get the image done, but I'm not working very efficiently at the moment, so I'm kind of glad it's not screwing with me. Emotionally, I'm not sure I could handle that at the moment. Yeah, it's this is the second weekend. This is actually a test run. I found a couple issues last weekend. Um, like, for example, I deactivate all recording, so there's no backup to this on my hard drive. It's all backed up on YouTube and that kind of thing. So that reduced stress. And there's, weirdly enough, a tool that I am absolutely avoiding in Rebel here, that will guaranteed crash it for no logical reason. So I kind of just test things by doing pain tests, and I'm like, just do it. And so I'm working on an image, the normal resolution that I normally work at, and I identify problems, and if I can fix it, I fix it. If not, I just kind of go around. Most of the time I just go around because I'm technically not very savvy. I know my software and my art, but I'm not like a huge computer guy. I just don't have much space left in my head, unfortunately, so I try to fix what I can, but beyond that... As a matter of fact, I would prefer to do no technical stuff. I'd rather just be an artist, but...
Pun intended, comes with the program.
Yeah, it comes with the program. It's like the marketing thing. The very reason why I probably haven't gotten very far is the lack of marketing knowledge, so I'm trying to learn that stuff. But man, I tell you, it ain't easy. I'm sort of an introvert, so like marketing and getting people's attention is not my thing. Yeah, and it's funny, when I was younger at work, I was like the kid that knew everything. You know, now I just can't keep up, no matter how hard I try. So, I'm an illustrator, I'm a painter, I'm a 3D modeler and sculptor, I'm a 3D renderer, I'm an author, got live streaming under my belt. I mean, there comes a point where there's no room left in your head. You know? Like, there's entire things that I would love to do that I've just went, can't. I'm out of memory in my head. I got nothing left. I'm done. Dunzos. And, so I just keep trying to expand on the stuff that I know, and when I can slip extra stuff in, like learning basic marketing and stuff. Like, for example, the first issue of my newsletter will be coming out the next couple weeks, and so I learned how to do that and get like the mailing lists and that sort of thing kind of basically learned and started. And that actually wasn't that hard. It's the concept of marketing that I find tough. But I still had to take time off from my normal live streaming stuff because of the cartooning live stream I do. I will be doing again every weekend. I had to stop doing that entirely because I was like, oh, I just don't have brain space and energy after a full week of work, plus learning new skills, plus writing a book, plus illustrating the covers, plus learning marketing, plus this, plus that. Oh, just I burnt out. I wish I was all like super studly, but I'm not. Oh, you see, no, you don't feel bad. Programming is hard. I tried that. I am mathematically deficient. And coding is like I tried. That is so far beyond me. And if you're learning that, be proud of yourself. That is hard. A lot of the skills I have are all like, for example, and people don't believe me, but to me it's true. 2D and 3D are the same thing. So my 3D and my 2D skills are all foundationally the same skills. Um, so I try to link as much stuff in my head as possible to being the same thing. So when I'm doing my writing, I'm using the same visualization in my head that I'm using during my 3D and my 2D skills. The downside is I have reading, writing, and symbol recognition problems. I'm not dyslexic, but I have some issues. And so I kind of call back onto my art skills to help me kind of write. And then I depend upon my speech skills also to help me to write. So I need to hear it and speak it and type it and imagine it the same way as I illustrate it. So it sounds a little convoluted, but I have so many skills because I connect them together, which is why the marketing is eluding me because I can't. It's entirely fresh skills, and I'm having a super hard time with it, but I'm working on it. I don't have a choice because I don't think I'm going to ever get anywhere without being able to somehow market my art because no matter what I do, no one seems to care. So I'm thinking marketing is probably something that needs to happen. Is it always came off to me as the same thing with the same concept of play? In my head, that's kind of how a lot of things that I do work is they're based off the same stuff. But some of my skills I'm having a hard time connecting together. I've got people at work, they look at me and they just go, how is 2D and 3D the same thing? And some people see it. I think some people have a hard time with that, linking those things together. I don't. And I have like this is okay, but I've had better days where when I'm illustrating, I have more of a 3D form in my head, so I'm able to get it down. This one's okay. I'm struggling with really making this sing, but I think that's okay right now because right now I'm just happy to have pretty colors and I'm doodling. So yeah, it's the funny thing about art is I've been to so many conventions. I've been doing this for so long. and I'm going to use an old title. I always call back to Dragon Ball Z. The Dragon Ball Z fans, the vast majority of them, and I'm not saying this is always true, they want Dragon Ball Z. And that is all they want. And the My Little Pony people typically want My Little Pony. And the sports league people want their team, but they don't want anything else. And if you're really good at something, sometimes I've discovered it just doesn't matter because you don't have that thing that that person specifically wants. And I've been doing this for over 20 years now, and you always get somebody walking by the table or on the internet, and they're like, dude, that's really cool. And then they walk away, they don't care what your name is, and they don't put cash down. So they're like really impressed with it, but they don't care who you are. They don't care about having a copy of it. And they don't care enough to, throw cash your way to turn it into some kind of permanent career. And then I noticed at a lot of conventions, there were artists selling a butt ton of artwork. And no offense to them, but some of them weren't that good. Some of them were. Some of them were just freaking amazing. But the thing in common was a certain level of internet savvy where that's basically marketing. The thing, and people would walk by and they're like, whoa, dude, that's awesome. I don't know who you are, so I don't care. And I'm like, oh, that's literally happened to me thousands of times. Tens of thousands of times. And the only time I could get people to care is if I did fan art of their thing. It was never about what I was wanting to do or write. And so I'm like, okay, I want to do my thing. I want to do my character, so I'm going to try to do some marketing. Maybe that might help. Because I'm never going to be able to compete with, for example, Berserk, Dragon Ball Z, JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, blah, blah, blah. There's already millions of people that love this stuff. And as much as I wish I could be in on the game, if I can't get a few thousand people to care, I'm never going to get tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people to be like, I want this animated. It's just not going to happen. Like, I would love to have games of my stuff made. Not going to happen. If true, I don't have marketable. Well, marketable is having a sense of making it appealing to the majority, but it also is having it appeal to a specific spectrum of the whole pie. So it doesn't have to necessarily be the majority. You could find a hardcore slice that's really into fill in the blank, and marketing will help you hopefully find those people. And my stuff isn't necessarily as broad market appeal as some stuff is. I do, however, have some of my beta readers being like, dude, these are really fun stories. We love your covers with them. So there's people out there that theoretically will find interest. So that's what I'm trying to find them. Yeah, it's funny. Like in Japan, I kind of feel a little handicapped in America. Like in Japan, there's sort of a culture of so many different things that you can do, and it's gotten better in America. But it's like over here, there's just sort of there's less categories, which I'm glad anime and stuff has kind of taken a little bit more hold over here. That's sort of changing things. I'm still trying to convince people older than me that cartoons are not just for children. I mean, that's still a thing here in America where people don't understand the concept of animation not being for toddlers. There was actually, I'd heard this one person in all seriousness say, adults don't animate this stuff. Adults have nothing to do with kids. Or kids, adults have nothing to do with animation. They firmly believed that children were animating the show for children, which was the most insane thing I'd ever heard. There's literally people in America that just think that if you're involved with comic books and cartoons and stuff, you're like a pedophile or something. There's just insanity over here, stuff that makes no sense. And I've just heard some stuff where you're like, no, cartoons could be for adults. It's not because there's something wrong with them. You know, it it's for everyone. You know? I've had some conversations that I didn't quite understand. No, I hear you, and you're right. The perspective I'm coming from is it's hard to get to the point where your art is viewed as something other than, God, how do I put this? That's neat, but I don't care. And with like Dragon Ball Z, for example, it somehow has become part of the zeitgeist, so people care. I've seen some of the awesomest artwork ever, and people just walk right by it, and because it's not the thing they're looking for, they just don't care. And I've known a lot of artists in that hole where no matter what they do, they can't get people to care. And like, for example, Dragon Ball Z, there's something about the style. Well, firstly, it's a good style, but there's something about the style that like people just sort of get, and so they'll. It's like they feel safe, so they can go, oh no, it's just, God, how do I put this? I feel safe investing myself into this because it's a thing already. Is that right? I'm trying to put into words the experiences I've had at conventions watching excellent artists just flail and die. Because no matter what they do, the crowd will not pay attention to them. And my feeling is part of it is I guess marketing. I'm going to be honest, this is where I grow weak. I don't know how to describe it, which is probably why I've been having so many problems over the years getting somewhere. But I've been trying to understand why people like things. And I'll be honest with you, it's become a mystery to me. It's become such a mystery that I'm looking at marketing going like, is this it? Is it just literally marketing and creating mailing lists and making sure you stick to a genre? And because I've just seen so many people with so much good artwork and so many good ideas just not get anywhere, no matter how hard they try. No, you're right. You're right. It is. It's like and there's nothing wrong with what you just described. You feel safe and familiar with something, and so you want to go back to it. For example, which is exactly proving you correct. Before I go to bed, I typically put cartoons on because I can wind down and I can kind of fall back into my childhood and I get into a warm, snuggly spot. So there's like about, I don't know, 10 or 12 different shows that I watch, some of which is anime, some of which is Hanna-Barbera, some of which is Ruby Spears, blah, blah, blah. You know, give me some Thundar the Barbarian, I'm pretty happy. And I do that because exactly what you just said. I feel comfortable with doing that. The problem is everyone else, and right now I am in that category of everyone else, trying to figure out how to get in there and get people to start feeling the same way about my stuff. And that, I think, is where I lack. I don't know how to do that. I'm trying to figure it out. I so am trying to figure it out. Which, by the way, which is actually interesting what you said, because I already have the big streamers who do it better. You know, not really. You're familiar with them, and you're sitting with some guy who like almost. And I've been streaming for 3-4 years now. I average 0 to 1 people, maybe 2 or 3 if I'm lucky. And which, by the way, thank you for sticking around. So far, you've in 3 or 4 years have been one of my most successful streams. We have a couple guys that watch during our live sketch, and then a bunch of people. And when I mean a bunch, I mean less than 10. That watch my sketch videos not live, and they watch me draw Captain Caveman or Jotaro or whatever, and you know, while we BS about cartoons. And so I don't know how to take what I'm doing now and get more than 3 or 4 people at most. I think the most I've ever had was 4 or 5, and that happened like once. And that's what's I don't seem to have that in my brain to figure out how to take things further. It's a serious shortcoming of mine. I keep trying though. I keep trying. What now? That's what counts. But I also would like to, you know, it's not that I have to succeed, but it sure would be nice to get better at the craft and, you know, at least have, because I don't think I want tens of thousands of people with that line of text rolling by that I could never follow what anyone's saying. And this is actually kind of nice, just getting to know somebody from Italy. That's kind of awesome. But it sure would be nice to grow my stuff and get to the point where I could sell my artwork and get my stories out to people who are interested in me. And
you want to see the fruits of your labor.
Yeah, you know, I'm not delusional thinking I'm going to be like Miyazaki or something. I just want to have some level of success, and that would be nice. And in actuality, I think fame is the last thing I want, but I don't know how else to get my artwork and stories out there, so... Complaining about the game being too commercial now. And it was better before, around 7 years ago. It's the funny thing, right? Like this, it's, again, we just use Dragon Ball Z as an example a lot. And for example, for years I heard the Dragon Ball Z community going like, we want more Dragon Ball Z. And then they made more Dragon Ball Z, and the first thing we heard was, you didn't do it right. It should be exactly like the old Dragon Ball Z. You know what it was like? No matter what you do. Well, the thing about Miyazaki is he's like granddad age, you know. As much as I want him doing whatever it is he wants to be doing,
He's constantly saying he's going to go into retirement, and he comes back out because he'll see something that he didn't like.
Sure.
And say, no, I want to do it this way.
sure.
So
But what I'm saying is you know, he's done more than most people.
oh,
It's
yeah,
like, dude, you deserve to have a break. Go out and enjoy the air and blah blah blah. And if you want to animate and do artwork, that's fine. But it's kind of like you're beyond hero status at this point. I think we all agree that you can take a break.
This is going to sound bad, but honestly, I am really surprised that he's survived this long, because as much as he
I hate
smokes,
saying that. I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to see the man go, because he's a treasure, honestly. But
Yeah, he's amazing. But on the same note, it's just like, okay, my original boss at where I worked at, like I said earlier, he darn near, I mean, he went home when he died, but he was, you know, like not that far away from dying in his cube. He just worked that much. And I'm speaking no ill of him. There was just times where I was going like, dude, retire. You're a granddad. Go be a granddad. There's younger people that are, you know, are not me, by the way. So this isn't me going like, I could have been the boss. I'm not saying that. But there's younger people that could be taking up the job. Go. You know, and you'll still be around for like the youngins to come up and ask questions and get sage advice, but
some people,
yeah, he smokes too.
some people, that's their personality. Work is their personality.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
I mean, that's sad, but I mean, what can you do other than just be like, hey, I hope you live your life.
Well, yeah, no, and I don't. If that's what you want to do, I don't want to take that away from anybody. It's because some people need to work. I'm just saying that
There's more to life than that.
there's more to life than
I
that.
agree
You know,
with
that's
And I got family who are like that. They just work, and
yeah. And when I'm talking to them, there's moments where I'm like, I'm having a hard time connecting with you. You know, did going outside and smelling the flowers isn't a phrase. It's a real thing. You know, and it's funny at work. I actually tote laziness as a virtue because there's so many like work heroes there that I'm like, oh, you need to slow down. You need to be lazy for a few minutes, dude. Go get a candy bar. Tell a fart joke. You know, get the starch out. You know, live life for a few minutes. Have a laugh. You were working way too hard. And then once you've had your break and you've had some fun and, you know, giggled at a fart joke, go full steam back into work again, because we all know the work has to happen. But there's just some people that are just so freaking hardcore that they're not releasing the valve at all. And you're going like, you realize you could release the valve for 10 minutes and you might actually be more effective afterwards, because you refresh yourself, you're away from the screen, you can see things at a different angle, you know, you've had a laugh, you know, you're not sitting in the chair twisting from having to pee and not going.
oh shoot, which famous cartoonist? Oh crap! It's one of the ongoing jokes with a lot of artists. Tex Avery.
Mm.
Gotta go do a Tex Avery. Apparently he was
Oh,
infamous
jeez.
for not going to the bathroom, and apparently like
That's why he
actually
died.
it had a ruptured bladder because of that. That's the story. I'm not sure how
That's
true
the
it is.
rumor. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, gotta go do a Tex Avery.
Okay. And they come to me like, haha, I work 100 hours a week. This is where you trank them like a safari hunter, drag them to a tiki bar, make them wear a Hawaiian shirt, watch the hula dancers, and order a fruity drink with like 3 or 4 umbrellas with like a tiki god on the side of the cup. Doesn't have to be alcoholic, canned, doesn't have to be. Just as long as it's silly, stupid, blow out some stress out of the top of your freaking head. And 100-hour. I know people at work like that, and they are. I've been doing it for over 15 years now, and they are shells of human beings by the time that's done with them. And then they go, ha 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 ha, yeah, it's funny. I'm like, you don't even know how miserable you look. And I'm somebody who can get pretty miserable, so I'm kind of versed in that. And it just. I feel for people like that. I just. And I'm not saying you shouldn't work hard, I'm just saying there's.
You make it your personality.
There's balance there.
Why should you be proud of basically killing yourself?
Killing yourself.
Not
And
living your life.
And for a company, by the way, that couldn't care less if you lived or died.
That will pretty much have your job posted on a
Yeah,
resume.
and they'll just replace you.
You only help wanted board within a day of your death.
Yeah, and they will just replace you, and every once in a while someone will smile and go, remember blank? Ha ha ha. I remembered when he worked 100 hours a week until he died. And that's no way to live. You know, it just isn't. Okay, it's the way to live if it's wartime and literally cities are on the brink of being destroyed. That's probably the condition when that works. When it's literally human survival, dog eat dog, nuclear bombs going off. Okay, that's probably when it makes sense, but the rest of the time. We went on vacation with our families.
It's like what's
Yeah. Well, here's actually what he just said. The point you probably won't get to use the money you saved up. Was it? I want to say it was the Dalai Lama. I want to say it was him, like a ways back. He was like, what's the point in making so much money in the Western world when your body fails you and you have to spend that money just bringing yourself back? And he was right. He was like, I know so many people that their health insurance is not enough to even cover what they're doing to themselves, so they have to spend all the extra money that their effort. In other words, it's not profiting them. It's they're working so hard and they're putting themselves further into a hole. And I'm just of the opinion that people should work hard and make the best that they can be, but they can't do that if they're killing themselves. And I've had people actually look at me and laugh when I say that. And I go, no, killing yourself slowly is not part of making yourself better and serving the company. You're actually potentially hurting the company by turning yourself into a zombie that can't work very well, but works for hideous numbers of hours, not working very well.
Yeah, the quote, if I remember, goes, man sacrifices his health in order to make money, and then sacrifices money to recuperate his health, and then is so anxious about the future that he does not enjoy the present, which results in that he cannot live in the present or the future. He lives as if he is never going to die, and then dies never having really lived.
It's pretty close. And I keep reiterating, for companies that more often than not do not care for you like friends or family. It's a company. Now, not to say that there aren't people there whom are awesome and can be considered friends and family, but the company as an entity, it's not like you're fighting for a righteous cause. It's just a company, you know? And it's not like it's your company. It's someone else's company.
Yeah, like I said, like it's a company that if you were to die, your job would be posted on the help wanted page within probably a day of your death.
That and the people fondly remembering you, you might very easily be forgotten with only a very short number of years. So it's just like, it's not me being negative, it's me being realistic about it. You know? Your average Joe theory, I think, is spot on. I feel so sorry for famous people, and keeping in mind I'm actually trying to kind of get out there so I can sell my artwork, but it's not because I want to be famous. It's because it's just like I don't know any other way of being able to do the stuff that I want to do. I don't want fame. I don't think all those poor famous schlubs out there, I actually feel sorry for them. I think the average, Joe is probably the smartest person on earth. Getting that person who has just enough to enjoy his life and live well and have some level of respect for what he's doing is probably the best way of handling things. I mean, unless your ego really requires, in order for your happiness to, be realized, that you actually have to go out and become, I don't know, like a Napoleon or a DiCaprio or whatever. And who got his dirty clothes stolen. Well, people just. Humans are humans. And it's just, that's kind of part of the dumb game. I mean, I just look at the stupid stuff people do, and I go, I probably have done a lot of the same stupid stuff, and it's kind of like I would really just rather stay under the radar, but I don't know how else to potentially get my stories and my characters out there and remain a nobody. Is there a way to do that? I would totally embrace it. People be like, I don't even know the name of the guy that wrote this and did this artwork, but God, I want his stuff. And then, well, then just give me money without ever knowing who I am. How is that possible? I want that to happen.
Yeah, this is what I mean with my iPad, with my tablet. How it's like I'm trying to get in and it won't let me in.
Jerk tablet.
Yeah, I think it's getting a little long in the tooth. There we go.
Speaking of which, what time is it?
Almost 11.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I've been trying to tell you.
Oh,
It's
Jesus.
It's 10:51.
Oh, okay. I need to be putting this down and winding down.
That's what I was just trying to tell you, like about an hour ago.
I got into a groove of doodling and lost track of time entirely. That and having a nice gentleman to talk to has been awfully nice.
Yeah, the conversation.
It's like,
Always nice.
Yeah, I tell you what, if I ever won the lottery, I would do everything I could just to remain as anonymous as humanly possible.
I love in the Caribbean, like in Jamaica, like Trinidad and Tobago. Um, when you win the lottery, you have to make a public appearance.
Oh, that's bull.
No, wait, hold it. But for people, in order to get around that, people will like completely like wear full body costumes and masks.
Oh,
You know,
wonderful.
one of the last people that I saw, a person came out in the Scream ghost face mask.
I would just come out. I'd probably have I don't know, like a bucket on my head and nothing else. And people are like, oh, you can't do that in public. I'd be like, I got $15 million. You can look at my wiener because that's the last thing you're going to see. Boo! And then I'd just be gone. I'd be gone. And everyone would be like, who was that in-bucketed rich stud? And I'd be like, you'll never know. And I'd buy my own island, and that'd be the end anyone would ever see of me.
$1 million wiener, baby.
It was awfully nice. And I tell you what, man, I've taken the next couple of weekends off, but starting the first of the month, our time, Sundays at 5 p.m., we're going to be doing live sketch, as in paper and pencil, and I'm going to be on kind of at random whenever I have energy, and you're more than welcome to swing on by anytime. And honestly, just kind of bullshit about stuff, because as much as this is kind of me getting myself out there, a lot of it is just honestly like-minded people just kind of BSing and relaxing, and maybe getting that booty figured out, because that still ain't sitting right with me. Yeah, and if not, I get it. There's so much going on, and you are on the other side of the planet, man. So,
Thanks for stopping by. Good, really good talking to you. Wish you all the best of luck with everything.
yeah, honestly,
Keep positive. That's the most advice I can give you. Keep positive. Keep going.
be charitable to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive yourself for shit. And just try to be the best person you can. I go off of the idea of a little bit better every day, and as much forgiveness as humanly possible, because believe me, if you don't forgive yourself, it'll eat you alive.
Yep.
It really will. Anywho, have yourself a good night, and I'm gonna save my stuff. There we go. Yes.